Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Good morning, everybody. It is Wednesday, July 2nd, a day of reckoning. We are going to watch Bryan Kohberger's plea hearing in roughly about an hour and a half. Thank you for joining today. Please click the like button. Share this out to your friends. Say this is the best place to watch. We're going to go over a few things this morning that I haven't seen yet. And then we're going to open up the phone lines and take your calls. I want to hear what y'all think about this. I want to know if you agree with it, if you side with the people, the victims' families that want it, if you side with the victims' families that don't. Let me know what you think. I want your opinions. No one is blocked. What's up? Punani, you're pissed? Steve Goncalves is pissed too. So let's start out with the Goncalves family this morning. Hey, Lizzie Bones. I think sentencing is on July 30th, which is actually my son's birthday. I believe they have said that sentencing will be July 30th. Let me take a sip of coffee. You guys hit that like button. Get comfortable. Oh, there's Petty. Petty coming in with 1 month. She said, I'm all for it. It's the best decision. I agree. I think at the end of the day, I completely agree with you, Petty. However, I do see where the ones that were looking forward to that kind of justice, I see where they're pissed too. But I am with you. And thank you, Petty, for being a member. Petty. Oh my gosh. Cheryl is so mad she didn't sleep last night. Are you serious? All right, well, let's take a look at what the Goncalves family, their latest thing, or their latest post. But I agree with the fact that the prosecutor, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Bill Thompson. I don't like how he did these folks. I don't like his lack of what seems to be empathy. Did y'all watch Nancy Grace last night? She was on fire. Your whole family is watching me. You're on vacation and down in the Cape. No pressure, right, Lizzie Bones? No pressure at all. Hi, Lizzie's family. We love Lizzie Bones. Yes, we do. Bill Thompson was weak from the start. I agree, Mountain Guy. It's like, oh, this is my last case. I don't want to lose it. Yeah, I'm not liking it. I'm not liking it. I think the prosecution did the families dirty. The deal with the devil. Yes, Poon. I do think that Steve Goncalves has a point, even though a plea is the easiest solution. I agree. Hi, Alabama, the new mama. Hope the baby's doing well. Pretty Hate Machine is listening from work. Yeah, Blue, I agree. So dirty. Because, you know, I was thinking about it. Like, if that was my daughter... Oh, no. I can't imagine how dirty that would feel to me to have them disregard that. You know, if that was my daughter, I'd be fucking livid. I'm not going to lie. I would be livid. Sherry, thank you for your $10 super chat today. Appreciate you. Do you think Bryan will tell us the motive? See, I'm torn on that, Micro. I don't know. And they were all prepared for this long, drawn-out trial because Bryan had drawn out the proceedings for so long. You know, so they were prepping. They were like, oh, finally, we get, you know, our day in court. You know, Delaney, thank you for being a member for 10 months. She said, I would be raging. Butter, I have a feeling Bryan isn't going to tell us a damn thing. Same. I'm going to go a little further than you, Butter. I'm going to predict that Bryan Kohberger won't do any interviews either. And I'm going to go a little further and predict a little further that he's going to wait for his friend Katherine Ramsland to write a book with him. That's my prediction. Did you guys see Katherine Ramsland all over the news last night? All over the news, making her appearance known, Miss Katherine Ramsland. I'm not supposed to talk about my students, but I'm going to talk about Kohberger. She wouldn't talk about him before. She wouldn't even admit that she had any contact. Now it's come out. She was a witness. I want everybody who freaking went after Howard Bloom, they owe him an apology. They owe him an apology. Because he was right. She was in contact with his family. She was in contact probably with him. And she said it all with a smile. A smirk, if you will. Oh, yeah, they do. Yeah, they do, Mountain Guy. Because there's been others that have done it. She can write with him and stuff like that. She doesn't have to actually, she's not media. You know what I mean? We're talking about Ramsland. Yes, Lindsay. She seemed pretty damn proud that her student, and she named all the classes he took with her. Yeah, I can't believe they didn't even meet with the families in person. Hey, Craig, Granny 1, FUBJ, good morning. It's pretty long, Chuck Marie. I want to go over a few things. Let's get into it, though. We can chit-chat after, of course. But let's read this latest post from the Goncalves family, which says, it looks like the voicemail is full and they will not be reviewing for the week. I think she's talking about the prosecutor or the judge. Here are some emails I found that can be used instead of Kohberger case at idaho.courts.gov or court at Latah County id.gov. We have had so many people reach out to offer support. The Goncalves are pissed. They're not quitting. Love, encouragement, and to console us, offering our own experiences through navigating the justice system. We have also had many people asking how they can help. We stand strong that it's not over until a plea is accepted. We will not stop fighting for the life that was stolen unjustly. If you feel called or moved to try to make a difference, please contact the Latah County Courthouse to express your thoughts or feelings. While we are cognizant that some may have wanted the plea, the prosecution relayed to us it was not a majority vote. That was the deciding factor in offering this plea. At bare minimum, please require a full confession, full accountability, location of the murder weapon, confirmation the defendant acted alone, and the true facts of what happened that night. We deserve to know when the beginning of the end was. I agree with that statement. I do understand these answers may not have been given through trial, but that should be the minimum price to pay for his life. That's what I think too. If they're going to save his life, then they need to require that he does X, Y, and Z. Enough with Bryan Kohberger making the rules. Right? Enough with him making the rules. Now it's time for him to succumb a little bit. I'm down with that. I do understand these answers may not have been given through. Oh, wait, I already read that. It is not over until it's over. We have time to fight for a chance to heal. If you feel called or led, please contact those responsible for the decisions being made. And then here's a little humility from Steve. Please learn from some of my own mistakes and lead with kindness and respect. Try to separate something that is so intertwined with emotions and be logical. We can make a difference today, forever, but only if we act united and remain calm, collected, kind, and respectful. And then they give the number for the Honorable Stephen Hippler. And then we also have this. We're seeking all the support we can gather. Below is a link to contact the U.S. Department of Justice. If you share our stance on this issue, we kindly encourage you to use this link to voice your concerns. And they have 1.2K engagement on that. Mountain Guy, I know I'm a little afraid of that myself, that he may try to do that, to be honest with you. I I hope Steve calms down before... Petty, thank you for your £5. I hope Steve calms down before court. I have a feeling he's going to erupt and land himself in some trouble. I just hope it goes well and the judge accepts. Yeah, that's what I was just saying. Like, thank you, Petty, for your £5. I was thinking that too. I'm like, folk, you've seen those hearings where those guys just jump over those pews, just, and it happens in a split second. But I heard that Kohberger's parents are going to be there. I heard, Lizzie Bones, that Kohberger's parents are going to be there. Hey, Chicha Jammers and Melissa B. Hey, Frag. Did you guys also hear that? Can you imagine? Can you imagine the tension? Oh, my. Do we know anybody from YouTube or anything that flew out there to be there? Yeah, you guys did hear that. Oh, my God. What did Chris Watts have to admit for his plea? He pled guilty to 5 counts of murder. And then in exchange for him pleading, he got to go to Wisconsin to Dodge Correctional instead of staying in Colorado where he was being threatened. So that was the deal with Chris Watts. Hey, Jackie. Nash Native, a member for 9 months. We just had a YouTube baby. Congratulations. What a year in the justice system. Glad to watch it all here. Thanks, Jay. Thank you, Nash, for being here. We have a great day today. I mean, crazy. We've got Diddy coming in with only guilty of the lower counts. We have Stephen Stearns is in court for a pretrial hearing today for the CSAM trial. We've got a lot going on. I understand his parents being there too. It's just going to be very, very intense, right? Especially with the Goncalves there. Imagine being Kohberger's family and walking into the courtroom where 4 families sit that your son snuffed out their kids. Oh, look at Angie B. Donated a membership to Angie S. Oh, all right. You guys cannot stick together just because you're Angie's. Thank you, Angie B. And congratulations, Angie S. I just can't imagine. There's so many dynamics going on here. Oh, Papa Roger. Papa Roger. No, JLR didn't go. Hey, Megan. Imagine being the Kohbergers walking in knowing their son's life was spared. Nope, they're going to be in Latah County. I have this pulled up because I'm playing a video. Sherry, thank you for 1 membership. Who was the recipient? Sophia Grace, welcome. All right, let's play this so you guys don't get confused. They're not going to be in Latah. This is just a video. This is Maddie Mogen's father, Ben. This is how he feels about the plea deal.
We are tracking major developments this morning in the Musco murders case. We have learned that the suspect, Bryan Kohberger, plans to take a plea deal that would take the death penalty off the table.
KREM 2's Christian Garza joins us this morning with reaction to this decision, including from a family of one of the 4 victims who is not happy with how this turned out. Christian?
We are expecting that Bryan Kohberger will change his plea in court tomorrow. Families of the 4 University of Idaho students tell us they were sent an email with a letter attached saying he's agreed to plead guilty on all 4 counts of first-degree murder. Kohberger is charged with murdering Kaylee Goncalves, Ethan Chapin, Xana Kernodle, and Madison Mogen in their off-campus home 2.5 years ago. The plea deal comes just 2 months before the trial was originally scheduled to start. In exchange for pleading guilty, Kohberger will receive...
There's Thompson. Oh, man. I wonder if he's going to get heckled. You know what I mean?
4 consecutive life sentences. Prosecutors had been seeking the death penalty if he were found guilty. This plea also has Kohberger waiving his right to appeal. Benjamin Mogen, Madison's father, sat down with CBS News to talk about this new development in his daughter's murder case and what it means, not just for the victim's family.
Much respect to Ben Mogen, by the way.
Bryan Kohberger as well.
Yeah, it's going to be nothing nice to go through for the rest of your life, and he'll have to think about that every day, all the terrible things he allegedly did. And yeah, you know, there's pros and cons to everything, but if you get a quick death sentence, and you don't have to spend decades thinking about how terrible you made the world. Yeah, I think it's justice when you don't have to torture families that have been already through the most horrific thing they could ever imagine.
After the decision to take the plea deal was made, another family of one of the 4 victims, Kaylee Goncalves, sent a strong statement about the plea deal, saying in part, the Latah County Prosecutor's Office's treatment of our family during this process is something I wouldn't wish on anyone. We weren't even called about the plea. We received an email with a letter attached.
See, that's terrible.
That's how Latah County's Prosecutor's Office treats murder victims' families. Our family is frustrated right now, and that will subside, and we will come together as always and deal with the reality that we face moving forward.
Okay, I just wanted to show that clip of Ben, and then I wanted to share these photos that a memory Facebook page for Maddie had shared. These are pictures of Ben and Maddie throughout the years. And it chokes me up, man. I might have to take a little deep breath here. Yeah, we're going to open up the phone lines in just a few minutes. It breaks my heart, man. He looks like he's really struggling, man. Cheryl T said, did y'all know that Thompson has only had like 4 cases go to trial? The rest are pleas. Yep, that's why JLR reported on him being the plea king. JLR did a video a couple years ago and said he is the plea king. Look at those precious moments he had with his daughter, though. Sad. It is pretty wild that he is the plea king, though. Yeah, he does. And Hunter Johnson looks a lot different, too. These people are forever changed. And we can't forget that. We really cannot fucking forget that. Before we open up for calls, though, because we'll have a good hour of calls, I want to show you guys another video here. Where is it? This is interesting, okay? So this is from DeSales. I know we were just talking about Katherine Ramsland. Look at the crime scene house that Bryan Kohberger would have worked in with Ramsland. Look at this video. Watch. Look at this. Look at the victim on the floor. This is the DeSales University crime house. This is where the students go to investigate, reenacted crimes. Is this not creepy? Right? Propped up against the wall. Propped up against the wall. This is crazy. And it's a house on Taylor Avenue. Remember, Taylor goes into Queen and King? This crime scene house is south of campus on Taylor Avenue. I'm wondering if Kohberger's in this video because it was 7 years ago. This is really weird, isn't it? She's got a bomb on her. the crime scene house on Taylor Drive? Yes. Okay, so can I put another piece together for you guys? Let me turn my camera back on. Can I make another reference for you guys? We were talking about Dana Smithers, right? Yes, she was. Yes, she was, Potato. Dana Smithers, the road over from where Dana Smithers lived was called King Road. Glenjamin says, I don't like it. On Taylor Drive, and then we have Ann Taylor. So he learned how to go into a crime scene and not leave DNA behind. So he used those skills, in my opinion, to go into the King Road house and didn't leave the DNA behind, but screwed up and had left a little minute amount on that snap. I thought that was pretty weird. Now, wouldn't it be crazy if the judge, in an unprecedented move, right? Like a very odd move. I mean, this case is odd. What if the judge said no? I don't think he will. What are you lost with, Kristen? The crime scene house on Taylor Drive? This is where Bryan went to school, and this is the crime house where they do their studies. Watch this one.
There was 4 purchases on his credit card that he didn't do the transaction, so we traced the IP address, and we believe that it's a classic case of identity theft here.
Put the siren on.
Who is it?
Police search warrant.
Go!
Hold up, stop! You can't come in my house!
Stop!
We're here because we traced the IP to your house, and we're just trying to get to the bottom of where these purchases came from.
We have one of the stolen items that the suspect purchased, we recovered.
He purchased this stuff online, but he doesn't remember.
I can't lie. This looks like it would actually be fun schooling. I can't lie. Would you guys enjoy this? I don't think he will tell anything. If he does, it will hurt. It will. Would it be the truth? In my opinion, he took the plea because the judge denied his delay. So his days of messing with the family with delays are over. Darzilla, thank you for your $10, and I agree. So what I found interesting is one more clip that we're going to watch, and then we're going to open up the phone lines for y'all, is this short that I put together. And I want to know what you guys think, because if Bryan Kohberger decides later that he's going to, you know, oh, I'm going to file for a habeas corpus or something like that, listen to what will happen. All bets will be off, and he'll go back to square one, and he will face all the charges and the death penalty. Take a listen.
Really think about it. What does the prosecution have to lose?
I want to know if you agree with him.
Actually prevailed. They are now proving 4 counts of special circumstance murder without having to give it to a jury, without having to retry it, without having to brief it on appeal. It's just complete finality. Off he goes to prison. The matter is closed for all time. And make no mistake about it, that if and when he takes this deal, and he on the record waives all appeals, and behind everybody's back, from behind prison walls, he files a notice of appeal or maybe a petition for writ of habeas corpus. Guess what? He is back to Jump Street on all those charges. Everything will be reinstated. And if he thinks he's going to play games with the state of Idaho, he should bring it, because next time there won't be any more offers. He will get his trial, and chances are he will get the death penalty.
What do you guys think of that? I say try to play games, Bryan. Just give me a minute here. I'm going to get the phone lines open so y'all can call. The number is on the right side of your screen, and the phone lines are open if anybody wants to call in. Let me make sure. Yeah. Hello, hello. Yeah, it's on. 727-755-6001. Call in and let me know what you think about this, what you think is going to happen today, or whatever you'd like to say about this situation. This plea reeks of covering up corruption. They were never going to let Dylan and Bethany on the stand. But how do you figure it's a cover-up when the defense is the one that approached the prosecution about it? Who's covering up? I mean, it wasn't like the prosecution approached him. 727-755-6001. Don't be afraid. Call and let me know what you think. Let's see what else we've got here. We can watch until someone gets the gumption to call. Ramsland? Come on, Ramsland.
I want to bring now, though, and we're joined exclusively by her, renowned forensic psychologist.
We've got a caller. I love it.
Melissa. To accept.
Hey, Melissa. You are live on the air with Jay.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, how are you?
I'm good. Hey, I just want to tell you I love both your channels.
Thank you.
They're amazing. And last night was hilarious. It was so good. You got to do that again.
Yeah, we had a lot of fun. Thank you.
Yeah, it was it. Al, when you get, maybe you have to do it a little earlier in the day.
Before he goes to bed. Yeah, I agree.
Before he goes to bed.
Yeah.
But I know the families are heartbroken right now because they wanted to see it go to trial, but did they really want to see all that evidence in their face?
The victims?
But Kohberger, once he gets in general population, if even in protective custody, they're going to take him off just like they took off Dahmer.
You think so?
The population's not going to tolerate the fact that he killed these young kids in the prime of their life. Yeah, I believe unless they keep him in a single cell for the rest of his life without himself, which is like what, death row? And you said they took the deal that he didn't get to extend anymore. If he'd have been on death row, how many extensions would they have gone through? Appeals and all that. How many people would have jumped on bandwagon trying to say he never did it, he didn't deserve it, and all that? You know what I'm saying? So him going to prison is probably for the family in the long run the best.
That's how I feel too.
In my opinion.
That's how I feel too. I think because it's a guarantee.
Yes, and I don't think he'll live long. I think he'll be a Dahmer. I think once he gets, even if he's in protective custody in there, that's because Dahmer was in protective custody when they took him off. I believe. I
think he was too.
But, yeah, and it was one of his friends that did it. A guy that made friends with him so he could be close to him. You know?
Yeah.
But I just don't. I think he would be killed in prison by another inmate faster than the state could kill him.
Yeah, I mean, I can't disagree with that.
Yeah, and who's to say that we don't get it? There's not somebody else that comes into office or whatever that takes away the death penalty again. You know? So I think if you talk to the families 10 years from now, I think they'll have a different view than they have right now. And that's just my opinion.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you calling in. Thanks for giving your opinion. And I do agree with a lot of things you said.
Thank you. And I really enjoy your shows. That you just make me laugh. I love, and when you fry on Brittany, it can't be any better. All right.
Thank you, hon. Have a good rest of your day.
Bye-bye.
All right, bye.
You too. Bye-bye.
All right, 727-755-6001. Thank you for calling in, Melissa. The phone line is open if anybody else would like to call in. Outer Banks said, I'd rather kill myself than sit in prison for the rest of my life. I just watched the video Nate Eaton did on Lori Vallow's pods. No, thank you. Gave me anxiety just seeing it.
Cindy.
Hi, Cindy. Hi, Cindy. You're online with Jay.
Hi, Jay. I was just wondering, do you think that after the sentencing and everything that they'll release the closed files and stuff with all?
That's a good question. I hope they do.
I know.
I'm hoping that they don't both sides agree to like seal it, you know?
Yeah.
Because usually when both sides agree to something, the judge doesn't like to override that, right?
Yeah.
And I don't like that. I hope we get everything. I just don't know if we're going to get the answers that we all want, you know? If those answers are going to be in there, everything that we've been wondering.
Right. Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think he's going to have to do anything, like any kind of stipulations for this plea? Or do you think they're just going to let him plead guilty and go about their way?
What, saying something today, you mean? Or just
anytime, like a stipulation in there, like we'll accept the plea deal, but you have to do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah. Well, I was saying that I hope that they put in the stipulation besides not being able to. That's already in there to be able to. I can't think of the wording right now to ever
like
try to get out.
Mm-hmm. The no appeals.
Right. I was saying I hope that they my old brain is
you're okay
locking up on me, not be able to get any proceeds from books and movies and stuff, but somebody said that it depends on the state, and they thought that state doesn't, you know.
Yeah, they do. They have the Son of Sam law, which is so they cannot profit off their crimes.
I hope that they can do that, and if they have any proceeds from stuff like that, it would go to the families of the victims, you know.
No, I agree with you.
Not him. Yeah.
I don't think he should have anything extra, right?
Right, because he's like all alone. He's been able to dictate what he wanted done and this and that. I think that was so not right. How can someone that's done stuff like this get away with all these things, be treated special, you know? It's just so sad. It breaks my heart for the families.
Same.
But
well, thanks for calling in. I guess we'll find out what happens in less than an hour now.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank you for calling.
You.
Yeah,
it's
absolutely.
Great watching you.
Yeah, I'll see you in the chat.
Bye-bye.
727-755-6001. It seems like a lot of you have the same sentiments. Let's listen to Ramsland.
Dr. Katherine Ramsland. As you may know, she was Bryan Kohberger's professor and advisor at DeSales University in Pennsylvania. She has not spoken publicly.
She has not spoken publicly because she couldn't. She was a witness. I can't with her. I cannot.
Call from
Lisa.
Hey, Lisa. You are live on air with Jay.
Hey, Jay.
Hey, what's up?
Thanks for taking my call.
Of course.
I think it's a good thing that it's not going to trial for the family's sake, because, like you said, do they really want to sit there and see all of that evidence and all those crime scene photos? And I think in the long run, like you said, it's better that the plea goes through, because then it's a guarantee that he's in there for good. And there's no chance of him getting off from doing this.
Mm-hmm. Or playing any legal games. His hands are tied, and I think that's what they needed to finally do, was take that control away from Bryan Kohberger, and I think they did with this.
Right. I think so, too. And I think they'll part of it will be, hopefully, that he has to explain some of this. You know, I don't know if he will ever do that, but I don't know if there's a way that they can force him to do that or not. But
they can. The judge can tell him that he has to, admit to his crimes, and they can also, from what I heard anyways, he can even ask, where the murder weapon was disposed or where it is.
Oh, okay.
He can make stipulations, but will he? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. But also, people, I think, forget, if someone gets the death penalty, they're not, put to death instantly. They sit on death row for 20, almost 30 years sometimes. because of the appeal process with the death penalty. I mean, I don't think his appeals would work, but I think people need to keep that in mind, that a lot of people that get sentenced to death, they sit in jail for 20 to 30 years.
Right.
Anyway, even though they get the death penalty, they're still sitting in jail for 20 to 30 years, you know?
Yep. And then you got to think about the appeals too. Like, these families are uprooted with appeals, and it's right back in their face, and
right,
it's a lot. And I think the first caller who said in the long run, I think they're going to be happy. I hope.
Yeah, I think so too. Yeah. I mean, because at a trial, there's always a chance that it could get thrown out and have to be retried. You know, one little thing that they could point out and say, hey, they did this wrong, or this shouldn't have been admissible, or whatever, you know, and then go through the whole thing all over again, which that would not be fun. That would not be good.
I agree. Cricket Day said the prosecutors asked for the death penalty. Why give in without something in return? I mean, that's a good point, right?
Right. Yep, for sure. All right, well, that was my point.
Thanks.
Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks for being here, and thanks for calling in.
Yep. You're welcome.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, 727-755-6001. If you can't get through, just keep trying, because I put it on Do Not Disturb while a caller's talking, so we're not interrupted by call waiting. So go ahead and give me a call, 727-755-6001, and just keep trying if you don't get right through. See, I got two coming in at once. You know what I'm saying? So just keep trying, guys.
From Outer Banks.
Outer Banks, you are live on air with Jay.
Hi, Jay. How are you?
I'm good. How about yourself?
I'm good. So, two things to say. You have two totally different sides. I love this side of you because you are like the Bryan Entin of
Shut up. I am not.
You are. You do such a fucking amazing job. You are on the spot. You pull up everything just perfectly. I just wanted to tell you that.
Well, I appreciate that. But I don't feel that great, but I appreciate that.
You are amazing. Let me tell you, I've watched a lot of people, and you are probably the best out there when you're covering things like this, or like live things, like the crash of the airplane.
I love those types of things. Yeah, I really do love covering those. Thank you.
You do an amazing job. But I just think Bryan is being fucking manipulative as all get out, just because he doesn't get his way. And I think, don't you think that after he pleads guilty, he'll have to confess to the murders?
I mean, he basically is by pleading guilty, right?
Right.
Will he have to give the deets? Is that what you mean?
I don't think he has to, right?
No, I think the judge can say he needs to. But I don't know if the judge will do that.
Well, I just hope I just hope they get some type of, I know we won't get his motive. I just want the motive. Like, we all speculate about him and what the motive was.
Yeah.
But God, he's just such a freak.
It's all.
And like I said, I'd rather kill myself than to spend my life in jail. That's just me. I'll take a bunch of pills and kill myself. I will not sit in jail for the rest of my life.
I don't think I could survive it either. I have that same sentiment. I think I would go crazy.
Yeah, no, it's always chaos in there. There's no peace. There's no quiet. It would probably drive me crazy to be in there, really. But I just wanted to tell you that. And you guys, I'm not always a bad person. I may stick up and make some comments on other people's lives.
I don't think you're a bad person.
I'm really not. I'm not a bad person, but I do stand up for some people that I feel like are getting picked on, and that doesn't make me bad or a bitch or anything. I'm always for the underdog. I just, my heart hurts for some of these people out here that.
And that's okay. You're entitled to your opinions, and I appreciate you being here. That's what makes the world go round. Is if everybody thought the same, it'd be pretty damn boring. So.
I know. Well, thank you, Jay, for all you do. I appreciate you so much, and I just wanted you to know that.
I appreciate you. Thank you so much. That was nice of you.
Have a good day, everybody. I'll be watching.
All right, bye, Outer Banks.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much for the compliments, guys. That's really nice. 727-755-6001. Petty's like, why does it matter? In all honesty, what does it matter? He's guilty, and anything that comes out of his mouth would be disingenuous. I don't know. It defies all logic. It's just like Chris Watts, right? It's just like Chris Watts, those unanswered questions. He didn't have to admit anything. He sat there and didn't say shit.
Cheaper girl.
Cheaper girl, you are live on the air with Jay. What's up?
Hey, Jay. How you doing?
I'm good.
I had called in before during the Delphi case. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah.
It was a little while ago.
It's been a minute, but yeah, hey, how you doing?
Yeah. Great. You look great. You're doing great. It was your birthday, so I hope.
No, it wasn't. My birthday's not until November.
Oh, really? What was it then when the Delphi case was going on? Oh, no, we were celebrating something about the channel. I think it was an anniversary.
Oh, yeah.
But
anyways, yeah.
Yeah. So this thing with Bryan about the death penalty, I know a lot of people are very divided on it, and I really feel for Kaylee's family because it's not, I know that people focus too much on thinking that families or of victims, they think that an eye for an eye is justice, and that if he's killed, that's the justice. It's so much deeper than that. It's like the peace of mind of knowing that, I mean, if you look at how Ted Bundy, how he had escaped and went on a killing spree, or how he groomed people from prison while he was waiting for execution, there are examples of that. Having him avoid the death penalty is more than just getting, for him to die because their daughter died. There's public safety and concerns and all of that as well. I don't think he's going to care at all if he's in prison for life. He is an introvert. He is a loner or used to being by himself. I don't think it's going to affect him as much as it would a normal person.
You know, you have a really good point,
those are just,
because I'd like to ask you about this, because I was thinking about the same thing the other day. Like, we've seen like trials get drug out, right? Like Richard Allen, like he deteriorated. But Bryan Kohberger has not. And I always found that to be so interesting, because he walks into that courtroom looking like it's the first day after he was arrested.
Exactly.
It blows my mind.
Exactly. He has his posture, his stance, the way that his mannerisms, his micro expressions, he's doing just fine. And because that has been his life, that has been the way he has his all around him. He controls the elements all around him. And being in isolation, he'll be able to control all the elements around him still. And I think that he's going to do just fine, because he has a whole support system, not as much as the victims, but he has a lot of people that believe he's innocent, or that women that are obsessed with him, or
that are writing him and everything else.
Yeah, like Chris Watts and things like that. Like because he's infamous. He has fame. He has a connection to the media, or people just. It's just sad. So he's not going to be all alone. He's going to have control over everything. Still, even people who contact him, who he decides to respond to and who he doesn't. But what I was concerned about, too, is today may be the day we do hear about this, all the details that have been under wraps, because I believe that Judge Hippler is going to require him to provide factual basis of why he's pleading guilty, whereas sometimes, I can't remember the legal term, but sometimes when someone pleads guilty with a plea deal, the judge will require them to explain, why are you guilty? What did you do? And prove that through explaining how they are guilty.
I hope you're right, because, I mean, if Hippler goes back to the beginning of this case when it was in Judge's hands, Bryan was proclaiming his innocence. I'm going to be exonerated. I have an alibi. And all of these things never came to fruition. So I hope that he's held accountable for all of those statements he made prior. And I think that's a really good point. And it gives me a little hope.
Yeah, I think today we might, but there is the possibility that he may not require that. But I think Judge Hibbler is sick of Ann Taylor's and the defense team's drama and dragging it out. And I understand that the defense attorney's job is to delay the trial as much as possible, especially when you have so many eyewitnesses, because then there could be inconsistencies and things like that. But with this, today may be the day we actually hear a lot of the things that have been redacted or concealed. And I just feel it's like a stone in my gut to think that the victims' families are going to be hearing all of this at the exact same time we are. They should have had this information or known these things from the beginning. And it's just sickening that they have to hear through an email or a post on social media or through a leak things that they should have been all along knowing and being able to deal with it before the public, that just have that little courtesy of that.
I agree.
And there's the other thing about Idaho. I don't know if you know this, but the son of Sam clause is that I don't think Idaho has that. So Bryan Kohberger will be able to profit off of.
I thought I looked that up and they do have it.
They do?
Yeah,
Oh,
I did look it up the other day.
Good. Because
let me double check.
That is something that if he makes anything, it should go to restitution for the families. And plus,
oh no, they do not. You're right, they don't.
Yeah. Can you believe that?
No, it says no, Idaho does not have a son of Sam law.
Yeah, they don't have it.
These laws designed to prevent criminals from profiting are present in some states, but not all. 7 states do not have it. Massachusetts, Missouri, Nevada, New Hampshire, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Vermont. Wow.
I can't believe that that's not a universal thing.
I thought it was a federal thing.
So he could be, right? That's what I thought.
But it says here it's a state law.
Be making money.
Oh, my God. He's definitely going to do a book with Ramsland then. That's a given. Because she did a book with BTK and paid his ass. She will have no qualms about paying him. Oh, my God. I can't.
Yep. There's so many things today that I hope Judge Hibbler. Now, I don't know how.
I hope they put a squash to that.
Well, see, that's one of the things why the death penalty, for me, I'm very pro-death penalty because of, look at how Ted Kaczynski was the mentor for Timothy McVeigh to do the Oklahoma bombings. And like I said, look at how BTK and like Ted Bundy, like even with just Bryan Kohberger, how influenced he was by them. And they're martyrs for people like him when they are not no longer a threat to society. I think that he can empower people from prison to continue this chain reaction of people who are a threat to public safety. And I hear people when they argue about the death penalty about how, well, an eye for an eye makes the world blind, but it's like, this is not about an eye for an eye. This is about ensuring that someone as dangerous as him and as unethical and immoral and just horrible person cannot cause any more public a threat to the public in any way possible.
In any way.
And the fact that, yes, like women or people who are in love with him, or he can influence them through, because a person who falls, like Chris Watts, for example, the women that are in love with him and that have this romantic idealization about being in a relationship with him, obviously they need some help. They're vulnerable. And he is a threat to their mental health and things like that. That's where I believe that the death penalty could really, protect people from themselves. So it's just, there's so much going on with this. I'm so in shock.
Yeah, there's a lot. You just gave a lot of things that could potentially come out today, and I thank you for that. Those are things that I hadn't even thought of. I thought that they did have the Son of Sam law. So that's pretty
That's what I
disturbing, dude.
thought,
Yeah,
yeah.
he has a fan base, Scooter McBooters. Yeah, for sure. He's got a ton of fans.
Pro-burgers.
The pro-burgers.
That's what I call them.
Me too.
Yeah, pro-burgers. Yeah, he has a huge fan base, and people are believing that he's going into this plea deal to avoid the death penalty because he believes that he's so railroaded that he'll never get a fair trial. So to stay alive, he has to plead guilty. Yeah, right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, those are the things that I was anxious to tell you because you have such good insight and opinions and critical thinking when it comes to things like this, especially when I talked to you on the Delphi case.
Mm-hmm.
So I was like, oh yes, I have to tell Jay.
Well, I'm glad I opened up the phone lines. Yeah, thanks for calling in again. Yeah, interesting.
Yeah, today might be the day we find out. Oh, and the other thing is that once, I don't know if you know this or if other people know this, but once he does plead guilty and the case, once his case is closed, all of the documentation will be, it will not be kept under a gag order, except for photos, videos, and things like that. So there will be access to all of that documentation. So if he does not have to explain with factual basis why he's the guilty person, it will still afterwards come out. So at some point, we are going to get answers after 2.5 years. And the family.
I hope so.
That's who I want it for the most. So, but anyways, I don't want to hold up your line.
No, it's okay. Thank you for calling in. I'm hearing that we have some activity live outside the courthouse, so I'm trying to find that.
Ooh.
But I'm not sure who's. Oh, here we are. We've got. Let me pull it up. We've got a live feed from the AP outside. I guess Steve's been out there giving.
Kohberger has a Fifth Amendment right.
Okay, hold on. Here we go. All right, girl. I'm going to actually play this so we can see what's going down. And I appreciate your input, and I appreciate you calling in again.
I appreciate you, Jay. Thank you so much.
Let's see what happens.
You have a wonderful 4th of July.
Oh, you too. You too.
Okay, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, bye.
All right, let's see what's going on out here, guys and girls.
They could have made allocution a part of this plea agreement. They chose not to. They could have said, tell us what you did.
Anjanette Levy just said they could have made allocation a part of this plea agreement, and they chose not to. What is allocation?
Kohberger has a Fifth Amendment right.
Steve is refusing to go into court, allegedly? Why would he do that?
But, they could have made allocution a part of this plea agreement. They chose not to. They could have said, tell us what you did.
Let's listen. He's not going to have to answer?
I think deserve answers if they want those answers. And the feds, I think they could potentially charge in this case because of, crossing state lines. And, I'm not a federal prosecutor, obviously, and have never been a federal prosecutor.
She's saying that maybe the feds could step in and prosecute again.
And there was some,
Ooh, I just had a thought. What if Bryan Kohberger's done this before and he might get another trial? And they know that. What if that's it?
There's also some potential, there were some suspicions about stalking using the internet and phones and things of that nature. We don't know if that actually happened. There was a suspicion about that. Tara, your response to Steve Mix, all this, what I told you, he said, again, I just tweeted those clips out on X, posted them on X, and then Long Trying will be reposting them as well.
So what's going on here? Hold on. All right, we'll just... I don't see Steve. I don't see anybody. I just see random people. Outer Banks. Thank you for your super chat. What did you say? Are you thinking he has confided to anyone? I don't know. I guess that would end up in his phone calls and mail. I don't know who Steve interviewed with. If you tell me, I'll play it. For show. Who did he do an interview with? I don't know where to find it. Do you guys know what station or what network it was or anything? Is it Law and Crime? No, that says Stand By. What channel? I want to see his mom and dad come in. That's what I want to see. I'm just not seeing any interview. Like, you guys would have to tell me. Banfield? Oh. She's at the courthouse? I can't play that. Hang on. Why am I freezing up? Is the stream freezing up for anybody?
Our first question is a super chat question. Thanks for your super chat, really girl. Can the judge take the DD off the table and still have the trial?
Let me see if I can find it.
But could the judge strike the death penalty and still order a trial?
On Twitter, there's a Law and Crime post. All right, let's go to X. We've got about 30 minutes until the hearing starts now. Just to give you guys an update. Let's search Steve Goncalves. Latest. Okay, here we go. 49-second clip.
Yeah, what do you want?
We know when you flew out here. We know. We have your flight records.
How are you preparing to stand?
Oh, he just dropped a bomb. Hold on, let me mute this shit. Y'all, he just said, we know when you flew out here. We have your flight records. Y'all, did I not say that I think he went out there before? I might have too many windows open.
I mean, it was good enough for mine.
Do you have any message for Kohberger's family?
Yeah, what do you want?
We know when you flew out here. We know. We have your flight records.
His dad?
How are you preparing to see him today?
I'm not gonna see him.
When you say you know the flight records, what do you mean, Steve?
I know when his parents booked their flight. When his father did.
What does that mean?
You'll find out.
Would you like to say something to them?
What the fuck? His dad. His dad, y'all. His Michael Kohberger.
The rest of your family went inside. Was it important for them to be in there today?
Yeah, for sure.
Where are you going? Are you not able to get?
Getting out of this suit.
You're not staying in?
No, I'm not going to.
Oof.
Steve,
Guys, I mean, it was good enough for mine.
He's having a hard time, y'all. He's having a hard time. Okay, so let's think about it. Have we ever seen that, Diana? Have we ever seen the flight records of his dad? No. Listen. He talked to his parents at 6 a.m. on the day of the murders. And guess what? Now that there's a plea deal, his parents don't have to get on the stand. His mom, his dad, his sisters, they don't have to get on the stand and talk. His dad doesn't have to talk about the road trip. His dad doesn't have to talk about when he got out there. His dad doesn't have to talk about what Bryan said to him. So what in the hell? Wow. Here's part 2, I guess.
Do you have any message for Kohberger's family?
Yeah, what do you want?
We know when you flew out here. We know.
Oh, that was a message for his
we have your
mom.
flight records.
Oof. Did his mom fly out there?
Do you have any message for Kohberger's family?
Kohberger's family. smokes. Okay, let's go on Ashley Banfield. This is crazy. I think we're going to find out. If we don't find out in court, that man is going to tell us. That man will tell us once that gag order is lifted. Wow. I'm telling you, I think that dad was there at Parents Weekend. Remember, we watched that one video, and I don't know if you guys will remember this or not. I just want to cry because we watched a video from the Pullman. Remember, they did those ride-along videos, those weird, like, where they went along kind of like the cop show, but it was Pullman police. Remember that man and that guy in the road, and the cops were there, and there was a dad, and he walked hunched over like Brian's dad. Do you guys remember that? I remember that. Yes, I do. I remember that. I don't see any interview on Ashley Banfield drop dead serious. I just don't. I see nothing. I see her annoying ass, and that's it. Oh my God. Was that the DoorDash driver? Holy cow. If there's going to be a civil suit, everyone is going to have to testify. Do you guys remember that? And I said, that looks like Brian's dad. And y'all were like, you're crazy. You're crazy. His dad wasn't there. You're crazy. Something's up. Something is up with that dad. Holy shit. Whew. Steve doesn't want to go in. Oh, I feel so bad for him. Yeah. Wow. Wow. So they're talking about Thompson right now. Let's listen in. Talking about Thompson retiring. Okay, we can't hear her. So, one other thing. Let me close out that and close that out so we have a clear thing. So, one other thing, you guys, is that, hold on a second. I mean, I really want to see the comings and goings of the courtroom to see. I mean, I'm sure everybody's already in there. If Steve's family's in there. Let's raise this. There we go. Much better picture. When the hearing starts, I'm actually going to put Kohberger there and then the court. Like, I'm going to try to get so we can see Kohberger. Thank you, Proud Mimi, for 4 months. They better have armor on Kohberger. Once this is over, Steve can say all. This is super stressful. Let me get the judges. Let's see here. Let's see if anything was filed today.
Yeah, we will.
You never know.
Start just in about 20 minutes. We are going to wrap up our coverage for now.
All right, Ann Jeanette's wrapping up coverage. That means they're about to go in. So as I posted earlier, Hippler has approved a still camera photographer for today. So we will get still pictures as well. We'll get some extremely interesting still photos. I think his dad helped him get rid of knife and clothing. Well, they had his dad zip stripped as well when they did the raid on the house. But let's get our screen set up here so we're prepared, right? Yep, we've got about 18 minutes left on this. There we go. Before it begins. Rid of that. And we'll watch this until it begins. Let's get that off the screen. As soon as they open it up, I'm actually going to move my screen around. So don't freak out because I'm going to give you a good view of Kohberger and then a good view of the courtroom. I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do my best. There is video. It's just through the court. So like right here, see, the judge has his own YouTube. So that's where we're going to watch it from, but we have to wait for it to begin. There's still 17 minutes left. So we're going to watch it right from the courthouse, and we'll get Bryan up there, like I said, and we got about 15 minutes, guys. I don't even know what to think right now. I've never been so invested in a case for 3 years for this to happen, and now we've got Steve putting him on blast. Right, Diana? They took that weird route. I'm telling you, there's more to Michael than meets the eye. And remember that other case in PA where it was unsolved and there was surveillance camera and it looked like Bryan and his dad? I was called crazy. I don't think I was so crazy. I don't know, man. I think there might be more to this with the feds involved, with state lines and all that other stuff. I don't know. It's wild. Thank you so much, Garden Glitter. Thank you, Arista Hag. Thank you for 5 memberships. PJ's Second Chance, Lucy, Dazed and Confused, and Cinda Kane. Welcome to J is for Justice. Thank you for being here today. Sherry, thank you so much for your $2 super chat. You are the best. You are the best. Am I freezing? Wondering if I should do a restart. I don't want it to freeze. I need this to be good. Hold on. I think it's because I have it on ultra low latency and I don't want that. Let me check it out. I don't know if I can change that during the live. I don't think I can. What should we do? Should we start another live stream so it's smooth? I'm hoping all the good people get the membership. Bryan's mom wrote a thing on Bundy about not wanting him to get the death penalty. No, we're good? Okay. I hope it stays that way. Let's see what our poll is doing. Thank you, Amberly. Michael went to ride back with Bryan because his parents wanted him to be arrested in PA. They didn't know until after the fact. Well, they definitely talked to him that morning, and now they do not have to testify about what they talked about with Bryan on the phone that morning. How convenient for the Kohbergers. They will not have to say, why did Bryan call you on that morning at 6 in the morning after he just murdered 4 people? When did you fly out there, Mr. Kohberger? I would like to know. Let me see if I can change the latency. Let me see. No, I can't. I can't. Whew. I will stay right here for you. I can't imagine. I mean, I don't blame Steve for not wanting to go in. That would be so hard. He hasn't had much time to prep himself for this. I hope there's a lot of civil suits. Discovery. Depositions. Hey, Katie. Hey, Cinda. Hey, Snazzy. Hey, everybody just coming in. Me too, Missy. I hope Steve opens his mouth and never shuts it. I'm actually going to get rid of the pinned comments right now so we can get right into it when it starts. I don't want to be messing around with my screen too much. So thank you for all of your support. I'm going to go ahead and end this poll. And you know what else I found weird? Look at, they just got hitched. She's wearing a wedding dress. Congratulations to the happy couple. She looks thrilled. She looks thrilled. Oh, yes, I can get rid of the chat box. Faux show. It's going to be all cleared out. We're just going to see the court when it starts. We're going to get rid of these pay links. And thank you for your support today. If anybody sends any donations or tips, I want to thank you guys in advance for your support. Flo, thank you for 5 memberships again. And Arista Hag, thank you for the 5 more. Let's see. 12 minutes until they open up the feed. There, we'll go full screen with it right now. Who's in shorts? Oh, the guy that just got married. I'm really nervous too. Hey, Hartley. Hey, Lucia. Steve said he's not going in. I wonder if Olivia is there. She might be there with her boyfriend. Actually, let's do this. The Chapin family is there, I've heard. I'm just getting our 2 screens set up, guys. We're going to have the best view on YouTube, I promise. All right, there's our waiting screen over here. That up here until it starts. There we go. I feel prepared now. Thank you for being here. If you guys could hit the like button before this begins. We got about 10 minutes until we find out what in the world is going to happen with Bryan Kohberger today and the families. Olivia was in North Carolina with BHB. She might have flown out there. Who knows? Hey, Sarah. Hey, Lucy. Hey, Forever Young. Hey, Liza. Hi, Miss Liverbird. The flags are at half staff for the firefighters that were killed by that gunman that was in the mountains near Coeur d'Alene. That's why. Whew. Jay is nervous. Smoke them if you got them, folks. Thank you, Ostrich, for being here. Hey, Sarah Smith. I don't know, Tempest. Wouldn't it be better to go in and voice your complaint? I think he's trying to talk himself down, dude. I think he honestly is scared what he may do when he's inside that courtroom. And that's just how I feel.
Do you know in high vision where it is, see this? Of the hearing? Yeah, where is it?
I wonder if they're going to have an overflow room or something. Do I think Bryan will speak? I don't know. I mean, he could pull a BTK. Stand up and say, you know, I did this, and this is the way I did it, and this is how I planned it, blah, blah, blah. I couldn't even eat this morning. I agree, Global. There's no telling what could happen. I mean, emotions, if he knows his emotions are too high to be in there, then he's doing the right thing by staying outside. We've got 9 minutes. Tennessee Terry, I could too, and I would be there for it, but I don't want to see Steve in jail. Especially if he knows things about Bryan's dad, and Bryan's dad is in there. Hey, Angie, hugs to you. I am actually going to go grab myself something to drink because I don't want to miss a moment. I will be back in just 2 minutes, you guys.
Tell this or later? I think Jenna would know. Jenna, do you know, was that the mom who walked in with Steve Gonzalez? Yeah. Okay. Then he walked in and then, yeah.
Oh, here we are. Look at, they opened up the hearing already. I'll be right back.
No. Okay. You just want to bring the tent this way? Still got 8 minutes. Yeah. Here, hold on, guys. Don't move yet.
Thank you for your super chat, Snazzy. The victim's family could file a civil suit. Opening up disclosure with BK's family between Diddy and Kohberger today is not a good day for justice, in my opinion. Thank you, Snazzy. I'm actually going to turn off the alert box during the stream, too, so we don't have Elon saying thank you for making it happen.
Hey, Drew, I got you. Are you guys going to carry the hearing? Oh, yeah, no, that's perfect. I was just wondering about it. I'll be able to.
We're going to have pressers afterwards and everything. It's going to be a long afternoon. I'm not aware that Steve went in. He said he wasn't. So that's all we know. Thank you for being here, Deb K. Hey, Kels. Hey, Shell. Hey, Amy C. and Angie B. Thank you, guys. Jammers, thanks for being here with wrenches today. I think Diddy was overcharged on purpose. I'm not surprised at all. That's part of the reason I didn't follow it closely. I think they overcharged him on purpose, and that's my thoughts. Diddy can FDO, and there's people above him that are doing worse shit, and that's my feelings. That's my feelings. Can't be a RICO without others involved. And they're not going to put all the people on blast, period. Whew, God, I'm nervous. Who's been thinking about this since last night? Put a 1 in chat if you've been thinking about this all night. I had weird dreams and everything. Hey, Megan. Yeah, I think it's all weighing on us. Can you imagine the actual parents? Hey, baby D. Hey, pocket watch during your meeting, cocktail dress. Go get a fresh Pepsi right now, Lucia. We got about 5 minutes. Here we are. They switched us over from the live feed. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to put both of Hippler's feeds. We're going to get off the AP so we have the fresh feed right from the court. Whew, and here we are. As soon as it begins, I will, get that feed set up so that we can get the best view we can. But here we are. We are officially waiting for the camera to turn on in the courtroom for Bryan Kohberger to finally plead guilty to the murders of Xana Kernodle, Ethan Chapin, Kaylee Goncalves, and Madison Mogen. Thank you, Green Eyes Sparkle, for your $9.99. Thank you for being here. What's Bryan going to be wearing today? Hey, Robat. Thank you guys all for being here. I couldn't imagine watching it with anybody else but my people. Thank you, thank you. Here we go, Lizzie Bones. I wonder if Roberta's watching. I wonder if Mrs. Stearns is watching. Wouldn't it be wild? Mrs. Stearns, Mrs. Laundry, and Mrs. Kohberger all in a support group together. Thank you, Lizzie. Hey, Sarah Luna. Hey, Aaron. Whew. No jury, so I imagine his jail jumpsuit. Well, he's been in a suit this whole time. I think he's going to be in a suit. BTK was ready for his trial, too. 2 minutes to 1. Whew. My stomach feels sick. Hey, Daff. Hey, Mike S. Hey, Anna. Hey, Global. I feel sick. I don't mean to be a weirdo, but damn. This is nerve-wracking. I mean, we've been waiting 3 years. We've been covering this here on J's for Justice since minute 1. Since minute 1. I mean, if we are nervous, I can't imagine Christy and her girls and her son sitting there. Steve outside, ready to, just unleash probably. And then you've got the Chapins in there that are happy to be there for the plea. I don't know. It's really hard. It's hard to have division between the victims' families as well. You know what I mean? Swoop said I had to poop. I don't know how or why. I'm so anxious. Cheryl, no, you're not a weirdo. I feel the same way. At least Chris Watts did his plea quickly and didn't waste all the time. Right. I mean, Chris Watts, it was 2 months after his arrest. Steve said he just couldn't do it. He's not going in there. But they asked Steve, do you have a message for Kohberger's parents? And he said, I know your flight records. I know when you flew out here. And they're like, what do you mean by that, Steve? And he said, you'll find out. Be nice, try it. Jay, you run such a professional show. You don't get the credit you deserve as a true crime creator. Thank you, Be Nice. Sometimes I don't, but that's okay. The people who believe in me are here, and that's what matters. I know bubble guts activate. Ugh. Whew, it's 1 o'clock. All right, I'm going to go ahead and go off cam. Oh, Lord. I think Steve is worried about what he might do. I think he feels like he doesn't have any emotional control over himself right now. And I think he's choosing to stay the hell out of there. I wouldn't mess with Steve either. I would, That dude is emotionally charged, and he ain't backing down. And that's the way it is. Thank you, Robat. Thank you, Jamie. something must have happened behind the scenes that was significant. Well, he did get denied any more delays. He was having to go, forward. You think they found the knife, Pesty? Whew. I mean, I could literally see Steve being the type of guy that would hop over those seats and just go at him. I have no complaints, Straight Talker. Hang on. I'll be right back, guys. Okay, I am back. I had to take my doggos out so I don't have to get up at all. Whew. My dogs even had the bubble guts, guys. I'm just kidding. Triple L says, I don't think he's going to have to say what he did. Come on, Idaho. Let's do this. Whew. Did any of the families hire a PI? I don't know about that. I know that Steve had, or has, Shannon Gray as his lawyer. Whew. Hey, Bitter Tea. Oh, shit. But it wasn't my mouse. I think Brian's dad helped him, says AJ. All the facts have been there. The DNA and flight records. BK asking if someone else was arrested. Do you guys remember that Brian's dad was pulled over on Christmas Eve? What's allocution, Robat? Sarah ordered pizza. I don't think I could eat right now. I haven't eaten today. My stomach's in knots. Here, we're going to get this off here too. I'm glad Be Nice try it. That's so nice. Kiwi says, I've never seen you this nervous, Jay. I know, I didn't realize it was going to feel like this, to be honest with you. Like, I did not expect to feel this nervous and on edge. We need Pepto, not pizza. Hey, Cindy Bobbitt. I want to know why. Yeah. You know, sometimes the illogical crimes never make sense. Sometimes there is no why that is sufficient. Wouldn't it be horrible if they forgot? Yes. Brian Entin posted 4 minutes ago. They're in line to go inside. Allocution is a formal statement made by a defendant in court before sentencing, often to express remorse or explain mitigating circumstances. The judge can actually order him to say that, to say what he did. Like, the caller that called in had a really good point. Like, let's say the judge goes, well, Mr. Kohberger, you started out this trial by stating you had a solid alibi. And then you stated that, or first you stated you wanted a speedy trial because there was exculpatory evidence to exonerate you. Then you went on to say you had an alibi, which was not an alibi. Then you went on to say there were four known perpetrators, that alternate perpetrators. That didn't pan out. Oh, yeah, he tried the autism spectrum. That didn't pan out. Thank you, Skolnick, for the $2. Prosecutors factored autism in doing plea deal, in my opinion. Huh. I don't think they did. They are saying under Idaho law, he doesn't have to. Right. But the judge can order that and make that a stipulation. That's the difference. But the judge has to do that. Whew. They just need to start already. Let me refresh. I want to make sure we're not missing it. We're not. Does his dad have bushy eyebrows? I don't think so. But he saved his family by doing this. And I was watching a program last night. I think it was Nancy Grace. And she had Howard Bloom on. And Howard Bloom straight up said he did this to save his family so that they don't have to testify about the ride back, the flight there, and anything Brian told them. Jamie M., I agree with you. I agree with you. No protections for this. I mean, why would we offer any kind of protection? I just don't understand it. These girls, these victims, I say girls, but Ethan too, were in bed. They were in the comfort of their own home. You know? I mean, this isn't just something that, I don't know. They were in the safe place doing all the right things. It just seems like there should be more circumstances that go into this. Yeah, Brian's going in. Mm-hmm. No, I don't think they'll be charged at all. Mm-mm. We just won't get the information that they know. Exactly. They should have been safe. Everyone should be safe in their own home. Everyone should be safe in their own home. And I want to know more about when Kohberger Michael took the flight out there and what he knows about the drive back and the 6 o'clock in the morning call. I can't ignore that shit. Just like I can't ignore Brian Laundrie's family when they did what they did. They lied. They lied. I don't like it. And I want to know why Mr. Kohberger was driving around on Christmas Eve and getting pulled over. The timing of the plea deal, I don't think is weird either. I think that it's very common for that, but I do want to know what his parents knew, and now he has saved them from being able to testify. He's not only saving his life, he's saving his family from having to testify. He's getting what he wants. It's weird. Yes, they were civilly sued, and there are depositions, and the truth came out. Yes. Shelby Lynn, thank you for 9 months. He best get general population. He won't. He won't. See, Bryan Kohberger doesn't care about the money aspect. The state might, but he doesn't. He don't give a damn. He cares about saving his life and his family. In my opinion, I think his lawyer had a really serious conversation with Bryan Kohberger. You think he'll go into PC? Yeah. He won't be in general population. He'll be protected. This judge has usually started on time. That's why I'm anxious. Hippler has been on it and on time. This isn't Judge anymore. Miss Liverbird, thank you for your 10 pounds. Thank you for doing this, Jay. I'm too nervous and angry to watch on my own. Yeah, I'm glad we've got each other. It's Brian's world. We just live in it. Thank you for subscribing, Rockin' Art. Oh, we have... Here we go. Here we go. Holy shit. Okay. I'm muting.
All right, this is CR 0124316665. Defendant is present in custody with counsel, Ms. Thompson, Ms. Jennings, and Ms. Taylor, Ms. Massoff, and Ms. Barlow. The state's present with Mr. Thompson, Mr. Horowitz, Ms. Jennings, and Mr. Nye. Here as well. Am I miss anybody? I'm sorry.
Ms. Allen is here as well.
Ms. Allen is here as well. Very well, thank you. All right, we are here today to entertain a change of plea. Before I start, I want to address some issues of concern and otherwise. First, I appreciate everybody in attendance today being on their best behavior. Please, no outbursts or demonstrations. Any such conduct will result in immediate removal and may result in an inability to attend further court proceedings in this case. I want to point out that there have been calls by some for the public to contact me and my office in an attempt to influence my decision-making in this case.
Oh, shit.
This has been extraordinarily disruptive for court staff and the ability for them to get work done, not only in this case, but in other cases where defendants are entitled to have their cases processed, and frankly, as important, if not more so, for victims to have their cases processed in those cases. It's also highly inappropriate. The court is not supposed to, and this court will never, take into account public sentiment in making an opinion regarding its judicial decisions in cases. Court should, and I always will, make decisions based on where the facts and the law lead me, period. I have not read any of the numerous messages nor listened to any of the numerous voicemails that have been sent to me and my staff. Those have all been forwarded to security and, where appropriate, to law enforcement. I ask that you not continue to mount such campaigns or to send me information like this, because, again, it is not appropriate and, frankly, not something I would take into account when deciding a matter in a case like this. I also want people to understand some very basic concepts about the ideas of separation of powers, and what the court's duties are, and what the duties and the rights of the executive, or in this case, the prosecuting attorney, is. The executive, the elected prosecutor, is the sole authority in deciding what charges to pursue, including whether as well as what penalties to ask for, and what penalties to pursue, including the death penalty. This court cannot require the prosecutor to seek the death penalty, nor would it be appropriate for this court to attempt to do that. This court, in considering a plea agreement, if it were to reject this plea agreement, cannot force the state to seek the death penalty. My role and power in considering a plea agreement is extremely limited. My role is to ensure that the defendant's plea is given freely, voluntarily, and intelligently. If those things are met, I can only reject a plea, such as the one in this case, where I'm not being asked to agree to the sentence in advance. I can only reject it, for example, if the defendant does not meet or admit to all of the elements of the crime. That is, I can ensure what is called a factual basis to the plea. Finally, I want to offer my apologies to all the families, including the victims' families, the families of the defendant, for the short notice for today's hearing, and I'm sure what must have been the hurried efforts to get here. I, like most everyone else, learned of this plea agreement Monday afternoon and had no inkling of it beforehand. Prior to that time, I was under the belief that this case was proceeding to trial, as had been indicated, and my staff and I were busy continuing to work on preparations to have potentially 10,000 citizens of Latah County come to jury duty starting in mid-July, with the questionnaire process in mid-July. It was, once I learned of the defendant's decision to change his plea in this case, it was important that I take the plea as soon as possible because of the extraordinary administrative efforts that were otherwise attendant to the process of this, getting this trial potentially underway on time, and including the significant process of bringing, again, potentially up to 10,000 jurors to come in and fill out juror questionnaires prior to the beginning of the voir dire process. And so it was important that we, if we're going to go down this road, do so expeditiously so that we can avoid those costs and expenses associated with that. Otherwise, if it was not going to result in a plea, or if for some reason the plea were to fall through today, that we could continue diligently towards trial at the time specified. And so that obviously required that we act quickly, and so some folks may have not had the amount of time that we would otherwise allow for them to travel here. And so, again, I apologize for that. I want to make people aware that during the hearing, if you are to leave the courtroom for any reason, you will not be readmitted during the hearing. Also, when we finish the hearing this morning, I ask that the public and media wait in their seats until the victims' families and the defendants' families and others are escorted out of the courtroom before you start to leave. Finally, I want to acknowledge the trial court administrator and her staff, the Ada County Sheriff, and the Ada County 4th District Marshal Service for the huge lift that they've accomplished in preparing for and orchestrating this hearing today, as well as to all the security attendant today that you see, and some of whom many of whom you don't see, with less than 48 hours notice. And so I appreciate the hard work that they've been doing. Frankly, some of them while they were on some vacation prior to the trial starting and had to call that short. And so I appreciate very much their professionalism and dedication. All right. That said, let's move to the business of today. I understand the state and the defense have reached a plea agreement in this case. For the record, I have a written plea agreement which indicates in sum the defendant will plead guilty to all 5 counts in the indictment: burglary, felony, and first-degree murder, 4 counts. The state and the defendant stipulate, that is, that the defense is not free to argue for a lesser sentence at sentencing, to the following. The defendant on the burglary charge will be sentenced to 10 years fixed, and that the defendant on counts 2 through 5, the 4 counts of first-degree homicide, on each count would receive a fixed life sentence, all 5 of those counts to run consecutive to one another. Defendant, as part of the plea agreement, waives his right to appeal, as well as his right to appeal the sentence and his right to seek leniency or reconsideration of the sentence under Idaho Criminal Rule 35. This is not a Rule 11 agreement, meaning the court is not bound by the plea agreement and could impose a different lawful sentence at sentencing. The stipulated agreement between the parties is the maximum on each count, so theoretically the only thing the court could do would be a lesser sentence at sentencing. But the defendant is not free to ask the court to do so under the plea agreement. Are there any other material terms of the plea agreement that the parties would like to make? Obviously, the plea agreement, the written plea agreement will speak for itself and be part of the court record.
Not from the state, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, very well. All right. Ms. Taylor, have you had sufficient time to discuss this case and all of its ramifications with your client?
I have, Your Honor.
Have you discussed fully with him his rights, defenses, and possible consequences to him of the guilty plea?
Yes, Your Honor.
Have you been able to do all the discovery you feel necessary?
Yes, Your Honor.
And have you informed your client of the importance of providing the court truthful and accurate answers in taking this plea today?
I have.
Have you apprised your client of any and all offers and counteroffers and answered his questions about those?
Yes.
Do you consent to the entry of the plea today?
I do.
All right, Mr. Kohberger, I need to ask you some questions this afternoon, or I guess it's this morning still. I do this to ensure that so that I am assured that you understand the nature of the charges to which I understand you're going to plead guilty, as well as the possible consequences to you of your guilty pleas. I want to make sure your plea is given voluntarily, and I want to make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. If you attempt to plead guilty today, but for some reason I don't accept your plea, then it is possible that your statements today could be used against you later at trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
All right, thank you. And now, while you're standing, actually, why don't you take the oath from the clerk?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you shall give in the matter not being before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, and Mr. Kohberger, just to make it easier, you don't need to stand when you speak to me. I appreciate the sign of respect, but for convenience, you can remain seated, all right? Before I start asking you questions today, have you consumed substantive questions? Let me ask you, have you consumed any alcohol, drug, or other intoxicating substance that would impair your ability to understand or exercise reasonable judgment?
No.
You feel like you are thinking clearly today?
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the possible penalties are for each of the crimes to which I understand you're going to offer a guilty plea today. They include, on count one, the burglary, a fine of up to $50,000, and a period of incarceration of up to 10 years in the state penitentiary. You may be required to pay restitution to any victims of the crime. Count 2, 3, 4, and 5 for first-degree murder. The consequences include a fine of up to $50,000, a period of incarceration of life imprisonment, which is a requirement of a sentence, that it be a life sentence with a mandatory minimum sentence of at least 10 years on each of those counts. In addition, you would be potentially responsible for a fine of up to $5,000 to each of the victims of your crime, to be enforced in the form of a civil judgment, to operate as additional punishment. This is in excess of any restitution or fines that the court could order. And again, you may be required to pay restitution to the victims of the crime. You would be required to provide, as to counts 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, a DNA sample and a right thumbprint impression, and potentially pay for analysis of those samples. You would lose any right to possess, purchase, or carry a firearm, the right to serve on jury duty, the right to hold public office, and the right to vote. Do you understand the charges and all those possible consequences?
Yes.
You've heard the plea agreement that I talked about today. Do you agree with that plea agreement?
Yes.
And do you understand the nature of the charges that you've been charged with that I understand you're going to plead guilty today to?
Yes.
As I indicated, I'm not bound by the plea agreement, but the plea agreement is for the maximum on each count. Do you understand that I'm not bound by the plea agreement?
Yes.
Has anyone promised you that I would be lenient or easy on you if you pled guilty?
No.
Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty?
No.
Has anyone, other than the state's agreements with respect to the plea agreement, has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea agreement?
No.
Has anyone told you to be untruthful in answering my questions today?
No.
Has anyone offered you a reward of any kind other than the plea agreement in order to get you to plead guilty today?
No.
Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?
Yes.
And counsel, obviously there have been a number of motions filed to suppress evidence in this case. Other than those filed, are there any other motions that you felt were available with respect to Rule 12?
No, Your Honor.
And Mr. Kohberger, you understand that by entering the guilty plea in this case, you would be giving up your right to appeal any decision this court made, as well as your sentence.
Yes.
Have you had enough time to decide whether or not to plead guilty?
Yes.
Are you pleading guilty freely and voluntarily?
Yes.
Given your choices, do you believe it's in your best interest to plead guilty?
Yes.
Have you discussed fully the matter of pleading guilty with your attorney, and are you satisfied with the advice you've received?
Yes.
Has your attorney advised you to your satisfaction about what your rights are, what your defenses may be, and what the possible consequences to you of your guilty plea are?
Yes.
Has your attorney done everything you've asked them to do?
Yes.
Are you satisfied with their representation of you?
Yes.
I have received a written guilty plea advisory questionnaire that is purported to be filled out by you. Did you fill that document out?
Yes.
Did you understand the questions that you answered in this document?
Yes.
And are the answers that are outlined in this document your answers?
Yes.
Are those answers truthful?
Yes.
Did you sign the document?
Yes.
And this document outlines many of the rights that you have in this case. Should you not plead guilty, did you understand those rights?
Yes.
They include a right to a jury trial. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to the presumption of innocence. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You have the right to require the state to prove your guilt as to each element beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand that?
Yes.
They include a right to confront your accusers and cross-examine witnesses presented by the state, including by utilizing the subpoena power of the court to accomplish that. Do you understand that?
Yes.
You understand you would have a privilege against self-incrimination and a right to remain silent, meaning you would not be compelled to testify if you did not wish to, had you not pled guilty.
Yes.
You understand you're giving up that privilege and those rights that I've just outlined by pleading guilty.
Yes.
All right, I want you to understand what the state would have had to have proven at trial had you, to the crimes that you're pleading guilty to, had you, if you didn't plead guilty. Let me find the document. Hang on a second here. All right. So as to count one burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder. As to count two, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being, by stabbing Madison Mogen, from which she died. As to count three, the state would have had to have proven that on that same date in Latah County, at that same address, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Kaylee Goncalves, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. As to count four, the state would have had to have proven that on or about that same date in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being, by stabbing her, from which she died. And then as to count five, also murder in the first degree, that on or about November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, Idaho, you did willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought, kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being, by stabbing him, from which he died. Do you understand those things the state would have had to have proven?
Yes.
And do you understand that by pleading guilty, the state no longer has to prove those things because you're admitting those things are true?
Yes.
I want to also make, for the record, the defendant has provided with the guilty plea advisory form a document entitled Written Factual Basis that purports to have the defendant's signature dated 1 July 2025. Did you sign that document?
Yes.
And did you agree with the written factual basis that is included there?
Yes.
And then let me ask you, did you, on November 13th, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent to commit the felony crime of murder?
Yes.
Did you, on November 13th, 2022, in Latah County, state of Idaho, kill and murder Madison Mogen, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
Did you, on or about that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Kaylee Goncalves, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, and with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And did you, on that same date in Moscow, Idaho, kill and murder Xana Kernodle, a human being?
Yes.
And did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
And then on or about November 13th, 2022, again in Latah County, Idaho, did you kill and murder Ethan Chapin, a human being?
Yes.
Did you do that willfully, unlawfully, deliberately, with premeditation and malice aforethought?
Yes.
I would ask the state at this time to provide its recitation of its factual basis had this case gone to trial.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, the organization of the recitation is different than what I think the court and the public may be familiar with from the probable cause affidavit and other documents. The state's evidence, as an overview, would
Sit down
show
and talk in your mic.
that back in March of 2022, when the defendant was residing at his parents' residence or was residing back in Pennsylvania, his home state, he purchased online a K-bar knife and sheath with an Amazon gift card that he had purchased shortly prior to the purchase of the knife, sheath, and sharpener. Jumping ahead, the end of June of that year, the defendant, Mr. Kohberger, moved from Pennsylvania to Pullman, Washington, which is right across the state line from Moscow, Idaho, for the purpose of pursuing a PhD in criminal justice at Washington State University. The state's evidence would indicate that beginning July 9th of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone began connecting to a cell tower that serves the area of the 1122 King Road residence in Moscow, Idaho. Now, I will acknowledge for the court and all present that there are many residences in that area. It's a dense population of mostly college-related occupants. Between July 9th of 2022 and November 7th, the defendant's phone connected to that particular tower during late night, early morning hours, 10 p.m. to 4 a.m., on approximately 23 times. Now, I will acknowledge also we do not have evidence that the defendant had direct contact with 1122 or with residents of 1122, but we can put his phone in that area on those times. In the interim, on August 22nd of 2022, Latah County Sheriff's Deputy Darren Duke conducted a traffic stop in the early morning hour or late evening hours, about 11 p.m. On the west side of Moscow, on the Moscow-Pullman Road. This was a traffic stop of Mr. Kohberger's car, which turned out to be a 2015 white Hyundai Elantra with Pennsylvania plates. During the course of the traffic stop, Deputy Duke was able to obtain Mr. Kohberger's name, Bryan Kohberger, his phone number and his address, which at that point was an apartment address in Pullman. We then move to the early morning hours of November 13th, 2022. The state's evidence would show that early morning hours on that day, Mr. Kohberger's phone left his Pullman residence, which is an apartment in kind of the central northwest part of Pullman. That phone was then subsequently turned off at approximately 2:54 a.m. and remained off until approximately 4:48 a.m. on Sunday, the 13th of November. The state's evidence would include at trial video surveillance of a business on the Moscow-Pullman Highway just across the state line from Moscow that would show a vehicle matching the description of the defendant's Hyundai Elantra entering Moscow at approximately 3:02 a.m. Compiled surveillance that the investigators put together from businesses and residents then show the defendant's car, the white Elantra, as I've described, circling the 1122 King Road area, that neighborhood, starting around 3:30 or so in the morning. Immediate area of 1122 King Road, which is actually on a dead end, and then leaves several times. And approximately 4:05 that morning, the defense car had entered that area, was leaving, stopped at the intersection of King and Queen Road, did a U-turn, and the state's evidence would show that the defendant's car came back and parked behind and above the 1122 King Road residence. The state believes that its evidence would then show that the defendant entered the residence of 1122 through the kitchen sliding door on the back side of the residence, which is the side of the residence that would face the area above where the defendant's car was parked. The defendant entered the residence, went to the third floor, and with a knife, killed Madison Mogen and Kaylee Gonzalez. The defendant, as he left that room, for whatever reason, ended up leaving, or the sheath for a K-bar knife was left on the bed next to Madison Mogen's body. And I can jump ahead. That sheath was tested by the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab, and single-source male DNA was found on the snap of that sheath, as well as blood from both Kaylee and Madison and other trace evidence. But it's important to note single-source male DNA was on the snap of that sheath. The state's evidence would show that Xana Knodel was still awake at this time. In fact, had taken a DoorDash order not long before this started. Her room was not on the third floor. It was on the second floor on the west side. As the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Xana, and he ended up killing her, also with a large knife. Ethan Chapin, Xana's boyfriend, was asleep in their bedroom, in her bedroom, and the defendant killed him as well with a large fixed blade knife. Each victim suffered multiple wounds. I will state for the record that there is no evidence there was any sexual component or sexual assault on any of the victims. I want to make that clear so there's no speculation. There were two other roommates in the house, and they were already asleep. During the course of this, one of those roommates awoke, looked out her door not knowing what was going on, and saw the defendant, who was dressed in black with a black balaclava on, holding some sort of container in his hand. And she saw him leave the house through the direction of the kitchen where that sliding door is that I mentioned before. At approximately 4:20 that morning, so this would have been 15 minutes or so later, the defendant's car is seen on a surveillance camera for 1112 King Road, which is immediately next door to the west of 1122, leaving the area at a high rate of speed. And if the court were to see that, or anybody in this courtroom would see that, you can see the car almost loses control as it makes the corner, heads north, and then turns to go south on Walenta, which is one of the only ways to get out of that part of town. The evidence would show that following that, the defendant in his Elantra drove south of Moscow. We know that he drove on the back roads because there are surveillance cameras on the main highways, Highway 95, that would have picked up the defendant's car if he'd gone that route. And they did not show the defendant's car on that route during the time. So we know that he went through a variety of back roads in very rural, isolated part of Latah County. About 4:48 that morning, the defendant's phone comes back on. And the evidence will show that that phone was located south of Moscow, likely at a side road intersection with Highway 95. From there, the defendant's phone activity tracks it heading back north towards Pullman, Washington, where the defendant lived. About 5:26, starting approximately 5:26, various surveillance cameras in Pullman, Washington pick up the defendant's vehicle as he enters Pullman from the south and heads north and slightly west towards his apartment, where he arrived at approximately 5:30 in the morning. Later that morning, Sunday, the 13th of November of 2022, Mr. Kohberger's phone returned to the area of King Road. We don't know exactly what he did, but it returned to that area. It's about 9 o'clock in the morning. He was there for about 10 minutes and then returned to his Pullman residence. About 9:30, the state's evidence will show, evidence taken from the defendant's phone, that he took a selfie of himself on his phone in what appears to be the bathroom of his Pullman apartment with a thumbs up. The defendant's phone then went to the Lewiston-Clarkston Valley, approximately 30 miles south of Moscow and Pullman. And the defendant is actually seen with his car at various businesses down there. This area is the confluence of the Clearwater River and the Snake River. Lewiston is Idaho's seaport. Large bodies of moving water down there. In addition to tracing the defendant's activities, as I've just outlined, on the 13th and leading up to the 13th, the state's evidence will show that following Sunday, November 13th of 2022, business records show that the defendant began searching for a K-bar knife and a K-bar knife sheath, as the state believes, to replace the one that was left at the scene of the murders. The evidence also will suggest that there were at least attempts by the defendant to delete or alter his purchase history on Amazon, where all these transactions had occurred. Later that week, the state's evidence will show that Mr. Kohberger went to what we would call DMV, motor vehicle licensing here in Idaho, in Pullman, to change his car registration from Pennsylvania to Washington. That's of note because Pennsylvania cars do not require a front license plate. The vehicles seen on the surveillance cameras of the defendant's car showed it didn't have a front license plate on it. At the time of the traffic stop by Deputy Duke in August, it was Pennsylvania plate, no front license plate. Mr. Kohberger proceeded to finish his semester of studies at Washington State University and returned to Pennsylvania for the holidays. Law enforcement at this point were aware of Mr. Kohberger, had been accessing information about him, were trying to find him. They located him in Pennsylvania, and they conducted what's called a trash pull. During the nighttime hours, agents of the FBI, who assisted immensely with this case, working with the sanitation department back in this neighborhood in Pennsylvania, took trash that had been set out on the street for collection, sent the contents of that from the Pennsylvania residence of the defendant's parents to the Idaho State Forensic Laboratory, where the lab experts there were able to identify DNA on a Q-tip as coming from the father of the person whose DNA was found on the knife sheath that was next to Madison Mogen's body in the bed. Subsequently, an arrest warrant was issued here in Idaho, and a search warrant was issued in the state of Pennsylvania with the assistance not only of the FBI, but the Pennsylvania State Police. Mr. Kohberger was arrested at his parents' home to return to Idaho. Upon his return to Idaho, a DNA sample was taken from him, and it matched the DNA found on the knife sheath next to Maddie's body at the crime scene. I can tell the court and the public the weapon itself, the knife, has not yet been recovered. I can tell the court that the defendant's apartment in Pullman was searched, as well as his office. Spartan would be a kind characterization. There was virtually nothing there. Nothing of evidentiary value was found. And of course, we are now talking 6-8 weeks after the time of the killings. In Pennsylvania, the defendant's car was seized, and it was actually pretty much disassembled internally. And it also had been cleaned. There was a bucket of cleaner right beside it. I think we can all look to our own cars, you know, in those compartments in the doors. We try to keep them clean where you put stuff. There's always some degree of crud in there. They were spotless. The defendant's car had been meticulously cleaned inside. And the state would present to the jury that that was part of the defendant's plan in covering up this. The defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on crime scene processing when he was working on his pre-doctorate degrees, and he had that knowledge and skill. So, Your Honor, at the end, the state submits that the evidence that I've given just a quick overview of, and that to present in court would consume weeks, which the state is prepared to do and has been prepared to do, would show that as the defendant has just admitted and pleaded guilty on November 13th, 2022, excuse me, Mr. Kohberger entered the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho. He did that with the intent to kill. We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice forethought, Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Goncalves, Ethan Chapin, and Latah County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wow. What
All right,
was with the
based
emotion?
on the state's proffer, and importantly, based upon defendant's explicit admission to committing these crimes, the court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Kohberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree, as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogen, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Goncalves, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first-degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first-degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. The court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and that finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case. I think it was mentioned on the call Monday afternoon the defense wishes to waive a pretrial investigation. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state also?
Yes, Your Honor. The state does not believe pre-sentence investigation is needed given the evidence that is available. We want to, though, make sure that all of the victims have the opportunity to make statements to the court at sentencing.
Absolutely. And certainly both the state and the defense may present whatever sentencing memorandum and other documents you wish me to consider. The victims will be given an opportunity to provide the statements that they wish to at sentencing. Do we need more than one full day for sentencing?
I do not believe so, Your Honor. Obviously, we have numerous victims, and we have victims who share unique who share unique perspectives on this, and we want to make sure that they all have time to express their feelings to the court. But I believe that if we can start perhaps 8:30 or so in the morning, that we should be able to complete it all in one day.
Defense agree with that in terms of the time frame?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. So as it happens, we have some time reserved in this case in July and August. The week of July 22nd is available. I don't know if that's too soon for the parties, or the next week, the week of August 4, is available. Any preference?
Your Honor, we're prepared as soon as the court wants to schedule it.
The state, I believe, would be prepared on the 22nd. We've told the victims' families that we're looking at approximately those dates.
All right. So because of the plan to bring in so many jurors to fill out questionnaires, I had ordered that no other trials could take place in this courthouse the week of July 22nd. And so we will use that in terms of the sentencing date because of what I'm sure will be the significant interest of the media and the public, and the logistics that will be required to make that happen. Without trials going, it'll be a lot easier to do that. So let's pick that week. Why don't we pick July 23rd with the idea that if for some reason we don't finish, we could continue into the 24th. And we'll start at 9 in the morning. Does that give your team enough time, Sandra? 9 in the morning? All right. Any concerns with that date?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
No, sir.
All right. Any reason why I should not rescind the non-dissemination order at this time?
You're right. I think that given the history
Unseal
of this
it.
case, it would be best if that remained in place through sentencing.
No,
So
Thompson.
we have
Damn it.
time to make sure there's the ability to completely answer questions.
No.
That would be the state's preference. and
Wow, of
recommendation.
course.
We'd have no objection for the order to remain in place through
All
sentencing.
right. I will, at this point,
I knew it.
the idea to keep it until sentencing, which time it would be withdrawn.
When we get it
in order to give the
sentencing.
parties the space and time to prepare to meet what I'm sure will be the deluge of media requests. That's at least my preliminary decision at this point. We can always revisit if it seems to be, for some reason, I should. That said, obviously, I don't think the defendant, a bond was ever set for the defendant. Were it would be revoked.
Will it be released
The
in Pennsylvania
prior
as
order
well?
allowing him to come in civilian clothes is revoked, given his plea and no longer the presumption of innocence. And in fact, now the actual conviction for the crimes. He will continue to be held at the jail pending sentencing.
You guys are saying two
Is there
different
anything else
dates.
to say?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
I assume that the trial date will be
20th.
vacated
The trial
and those
is-
4 jurors will be released.
The trial will be vacated, and I'm sure that the jury commissioner will get word to those that receive their summons that they won't be required to attend. So
Thank you, Your Honor.
that said, again, if you would all please wait for the parties and the victims' families and others to leave the courtroom before you do, I would appreciate it. And with that, we're adjourned. All right, please.
Wow. I honestly don't really know what to say about what we just watched. Holy shit, man. Whew. Wow. All right. I want to get to some outside the courthouse coverage. So I want to see if the Associated Press is out there, or if you guys can let me know if Law and Crime is out there. I don't want to miss a minute of what's going on outside. I am heartbroken for the victims. I can't imagine that being my daughter or son and not knowing what the fuck happened to them. I don't see anybody live outside. If you guys can help me out and let me know, I don't want to miss any post interviews or anything like that. Here's Law and Crime. Okay, here we are. They got the podium ready. Okay. Whew. Man. It looked like he was in a vest, Jerry. Can we have a moment of silence? Sure. I feel terrible, man. Man, my heart is still pounding. Here, let's put this up for a minute. Let's get his face off there. Because after all, this is why we're here, right? I can't imagine this guy doing interviews and books and all of those things. And maybe, on July 11th, when we have the series coming out on Amazon, maybe we'll get more answers from, the surviving friends. I agree, Straight Talker. Lock them up and throw away the key. But there'll never be a why, right? I mean, look at Ted Bundy. Why? Those people never got a why. There was no why in Ted Bundy. There really was no why. It was random. But with this guy, is there a past? Is there more things he's done? Will we find out that maybe more charges will be coming against this man? I mean, look at what they did to Lori Vallow. I'm not sure. I don't know. Entin was sitting behind his parents. Let's see if he's tweeted about it. So they'll be back with the, we'll stay here with Law and Crime so we get the post press conferences, but I want to go to X. Oh, wow. Look at this picture of him. Look at this picture that just came out. Oh, that's him in court, y'all. We saw a pixelated version. Now, he looks thinner, doesn't he? He doesn't look like he's doing so well in jail. He looks thin. He's very intense. Holy smokes. Wow. Let's see. Let's go to Brian Entin. I want to see what he was saying while he was in the courtroom. Okay, so it is July 23rd at 9 a.m. He just said it. He admitted it all. I'm sitting behind his parents. So he didn't say what their reactions were. I mean, why would you report you're sitting behind his parents but not say what they're... Oh, here we go. Bryan Kohberger's... I was getting a little ahead of myself. Bryan Kohberger's parents are not crying, but look sad. Unlike their son, who looks stone cold. He admitted it all. I'm sitting behind his parents. I wonder if they'll talk to him. Kohberger has zero expressions or emotion. I'm trying to think, who did the judge give pool rights to for the camera pool? Because we should be getting some still images. He said the prosecutor's choking up. Knife has not been recovered. Let's see what was going on before things started. In the line, they have us up against the wall to make room for the victims' families as they walk by to enter. Everyone is silent. I'm sad for them. I wonder if Steve ended up going in. Oh, here we go. Victims' families. We have no sound, but look at victims' families outside the courtroom right now. We don't have any audio. Hang on, let's see when this started. Who were those people? It looked like Xana's sister, didn't it? Let's look. Who do we got coming out here? Who's got the walker, guys? Who's the blonde? Is that Kohberger? Who is that? I wonder who that was. That wasn't Kaylee's mom. No, the blonde with the walker. Right here. Right here. Who are they? Right here. We have this blonde lady with the walker. See her? And then you have a blonde with her, like a bleach blonde, and then a dark-haired girl. Is that the Burgers? Or is that, is the dark-haired girl Xana's sister? Because that kind of looked like Xana's sister to me. God. All right, let's go to the AP. The AP had coverage as well. Let's see what's going on there. Here we go. We got audio and everything. Here we go. We'll put that one there, and then we'll put the law and crime one in the other window. I don't know who that was, y'all. Let me put law and crime down in the other window. Give me a second here, guys. Oh, their audio, man. Hold on, let me turn that down. Okay. Let me now find my other stream. See, Law and Crime's not live out there anymore. Only at the Associated. They'll probably turn it back on in a minute. But let's get that ready. We don't want to miss any statements here. I bet they won't allow many questions. They never do when we have them. Gosh, get your audio together. It's 2025. Y'all think that was his mom? I don't know if that was his mom. I've seen pictures of his mom, and I don't think she has blonde hair like that. The gag order is in place until sentencing. So after he is sentenced, we will get, I guess it will all be released. Okay, let's see if we can. There he is. That is intense. Sentencing, and yes, it's coming right around the corner, guys. It'll be here before we know it. Yep, we have someone actually in the courtroom today for Stearns, so we'll be getting the scoop on that as well. I think it's our lovely Sarah Luna, isn't it? I only see one picture of Kohberger on this station. They suck. Here we go. The Independent has some. Look at that one. Look at right here. Let me save it. Just happened. No, they won't sentence him until the 23rd. The 23rd of this month, he will be sentenced. Let me refresh this. We're standing by for coverage, for live coverage. Here is a picture of Kohberger in court today. Where'd it go? This audio is driving me bonkers. Hopefully they fix it. You're welcome, Anna. It's the respectful thing to do. Okay, hopefully this will work. Let me drop it. There we go. This is him today, guys. Oh, we've opened up with law and crime. Let's switch over to their audio. Let's mute this. Ugh, their audio is terrible. Law and Crime hasn't opened up the audio yet, but here we are. Every news station has their mic aboard. And that is Bryan Kohberger in court today. I'm going to play the old switcheroo. Let's put the press conference on the big screen, and then I'm sure they'll open up the audio when they are ready. We are ready as well here. The Tigers are winning the first game of the doubleheader. Whoop, whoop. Go Tigers. Bless you, boys. Oh, man. What a day, huh? Law and Crime is on the main screen for the press conference, and down below is the Associated Press. So right here, we're at the podium. And in the little screen, we are looking at the doors of the courthouse. So we'll be able to see when they come out. The thumbs up photo is the most chilling. Yeah, it's all chilling, guys. It's all chilling. I just can't even believe we're here right now. It's Court TV, what? Thank you, Lindsay. I appreciate that. That's really nice coming from you. What did Court TV? Thank you, Pesty. Did he bail hearing at 5 today? Oh, Lord. Nah, that ain't Ethan's mom. They show the people leaving in the AP stream? Okay, let's go do that. Because right now there's really nothing going on, right? So here is court ends, and then we get out to the outside. Let's see. Down in the left-hand corner is what we're watching right now. Just see people come out after the hearing. Let's see. We're going back in time for a minute. See what we missed. Oh, there's Steve right there. He did not go in. There's Steve and Steve Jr. Look. There's Steve and Steve Jr. They're giving him his space. He's going to meet his wife. Oh, man. Oh, man. I'm going to lose it. Christy looks so pretty. Fuck. I gotta watch that again. I think that's Xana's aunt right there, too. I think that's Xana Kernodle's aunt to the right. God, Christy looks beautiful. What a strong lady. What is she holding, though? What is that blue thing? Oh, my God, she has a barf bag. She has a barf bag. Oh, my God. Or is that if you hyperventilate? Is it a barf bag? She's so thin, I know. Horrible. Yeah, they really are. They are a nice looking family. What just happened? Okay. Now we can see better. I would think the Kohbergers would come out last. After all the victims' families, you know. God, they keep bouncing around. Okay, now we can get a look at these people. Is that Kaylee's grandmother, maybe? That might actually be Kaylee's aunt. That might actually be Kaylee's aunt. Do you remember her aunt? I think it's her aunt. I think that's someone related to Kaylee, if I'm not mistaken. Kohbergers wouldn't be that close to Goncalves. I think that's part of Kaylee's family. Her sister is absolutely gorgeous. Wow.
You're gonna back up, buddy. You're gonna back up, buddy.
Ooh, Christy's like, you're gonna back up, buddy. We ain't fucking with you.
You're gonna back up, buddy.
Good for her. They're not asking them any questions. They're just videoing them. This is nuts. Oh, they have police out there walking with them. All around them. See if anybody else comes out. Here come all the reporters running out to get set up. All right, now here come the people that were in the courtroom. Probably a lot of them are reporters. I wonder if the Kohbergers get to go out a back door. God, that audio. Watch JLR jump out of the bushes when Kohberger's parents walk out, right, Snazzy? Why did he do it? He was there when Bryan was
the Latah County courthouse in Boise, Idaho, and this is where Bryan Kohberger, in spectacular fashion, just entered pleas of guilty to the murders of Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Goncalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. I was sitting right there with a bird's eye view of Bryan Kohberger as he entered those guilty pleas. He sat stoically, looking straight at Prosecutor Bill Thompson as he read the statement of facts in this case. And I think we can unpack a little bit of why possibly now the prosecution agreed to this plea deal. I'm taking some kind of nuggets from what he read and piecing together why possibly he agreed to this. I want to let you know that we were set up over here possibly for a press conference. That non-dissemination order, the gag order in this case, remains in place. That means the state and the defense, the attorneys on both sides, and the law enforcement officers involved in this case cannot distribute any information. They can't make any public statements until after sentencing. The families, however, are not covered by that order. So they may be coming out and
the families are not covered by the order.
As you know, they've been very particular about who they speak to. Some of them have documentary deals right now and aren't really making a lot of statements. However,
who has a
if we do see them
documentary
come out
deal
and possibly decide to say something, we will break down and get over there. I want to bring our guests in very quickly, though, to talk about this.
Who has a
and unpack
documentary
this a little
deal?
bit. Mark Weaver is a special prosecutor in Ohio, and he has prosecuted death penalty cases. Also, Colin Schmidt is a retired FBI agent. I'll start with you, Mark. Your thoughts on what we heard today, and Bryan Kohberger approaching the defense or approaching the state and saying, I want to plead guilty, please take the death penalty off the table, and the state agreeing to it.
Yeah, you and I on the air, I don't know, 2 weeks ago, I predicted this is likely to happen. We heard more of the evidence today. It's a circumstantial case, but a very strong circumstantial case.
Yeah, what do you guys think about
that? He could see this was coming. The victims now know a little bit more about what happened. It would have been better if he had said it from his own mouth. Perhaps he'll say that at sentencing. They need that closure. But there were people on the internet who said he didn't do it. Well, most of us knew he did, and now we know for sure he did.
Amen. Amen.
What I thought was interesting were some of the things that Bill Thompson
They're doing
said,
Netflix?
and I'll let you go right after we talk about this. But he said we had evidence that his phone was connecting to that tower that covered the King Road.
See, you guys think it's Steve. I think it's Ethan's mother. I can see Ethan's mother doing it.
Neighborhood and the residents, but we didn't have evidence connecting him directly to the 1122 King Road house and the victims inside. And I hear things like that, and it makes me think
I'm with
they
her.
were wondering on the prosecution side, could this potentially create a little bit of doubt?
Reasonable doubt.
In the minds of some jurors, even though we have
Yes,
DNA
think about it. These jurors here, there was no evidence in his car. There was no evidence in his office. There was no evidence in his apartment. And there was no murder weapon found.
the knife sheath, even though that is really good circumstantial evidence, we still don't have that connection.
Nope.
To the
No
people
connection.
Inside.
Release
the King Road
all
house
the
and
evidence,
house
people.
specifically. We
Release
just
it
have
all.
them in the general vicinity, and it's a densely populated area. Could that be one of the reasons why they agreed?
Yeah, that's a fair theory. Prosecutors would like to get a conviction and get closure. One juror during the guilt phase is enough to hang the trial and send it back to square one. And one juror at the penalty phase is enough to guarantee that it's going to be life in prison. And one juror might...
Lindsay, I did notice that. The thumbprint, the right thumbprint, and the DNA.
Might be that person hung up on, well, you didn't connect every dot all the way back to him. And so prosecutors would prefer to get some closure. I think that's why. We now know that perhaps they were worried that one or two jurors, not a full jury, would think that that's a reasonable doubt, but one or two would be enough to hang the case.
Or it might be enough to get a conviction and get the same result, possibly life without parole and not a death sentence. So you might go through the pain of a trial and the expense of a trial and get the same result, and maybe that was part of the calculus here. We'll find out hopefully soon. Mark Weaver, I know you have to hop off of here. Thank you so much for joining me. We are taking your questions, so please, that's on what we heard. Changing his players for a long time. Could have said to him, Brian,
Okay, we're up
going to
to,
try this.
real
We're going
speed.
to try that. We're going to ask them to strike the death penalty. The cards are stacked against you, but this is what we're going to do. This is the next motion we're filing.
Well, you know what, guys? It can remain a conspiracy until they release and unseal everything. And I think that they had a strong enough case, or he would have never pled guilty. Let's face it. If they had a weak case, he would have never done what he did today. Never. If their case was weak, we'd still be waiting for a trial. Trust me. We will hear about fuckery. We will hear about a lot of fuckery. But I think they still have the evidence.
And And when everything failed, when all of their motions were denied, maybe he just came to the realization and they had this meeting with him and
I don't think Bryan Kohberger came to any realization. I think he knew all along what to expect and what his move was going to be. That's my opinion. Put a 1 in chat if you think Bryan Kohberger knew all along what he was going to do. Like, if this happens, I'll do this. If this happens, I think he had it all planned out in his mind.
they said, you know what, we're at the end of the road.
Because he surely didn't look like someone who was just sat down and told they were at the end of the road. He looks like someone who was fully prepared for this outcome.
And this is it.
Well, I think they had their own calculus in terms of how much they could put reasonable doubt in front of a jury. Your other guess was spot on. It can be a tall case or a big case to prove when you have all circumstantial evidence, and then for them to have to put on cell phone for forensics.
Well, I think what people are forgetting is that to a juror, like a person like me or you, if you tell me all you have is one speck of DNA and nothing in his apartment, nothing in his car, and nothing in his office where he spent all his time, you can't tell me that would not put reasonable doubt in a jury's mind. I'm not buying it. I'm actually glad that they didn't go to trial. That's scary. If I heard that, I'd be like, whoa, 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 whoa. How is that possible? And how about Thompson not letting us know about what they collected at the Kohberger house? What book did he underline? Whose IDs were in the glove in a box? Right?
Very, very complicated for a jury to understand and to be able to have to link those dots as far as a cell phone to the house. So I think this was the best of the worst decisions to make, because they would have also had to put the families through a trial, a very long trial. But I know there are some families that are frustrated because they did want him to get the death penalty.
And the death penalty, getting it is not a given. It really isn't. You can seek it.
The animal hair. Yeah. What about the animal hair?
If there is a conviction.
Was it
We've
Buddy
seen
the
plenty of
dogs? Was it Buddy the dogs?
Cases where the death penalty was sought by prosecutors, and it seemed like it.
Okay, but you know what, Butter? I have a feeling. Ooh, this is a good point, Butter. I have a feeling that could have been explained away for the mere fact. Why did our video pause? There we go. Let me read Butter's comment, because this is a really good point. Him Googling the address before anyone ever called 911 would have sealed the deal for me. There's no explaining that away. However, there might be. Because if you think about the search warrants that were put through in the beginning, do you remember the Yik Yak app? Remember, all of them had Yik Yak, including Bryan Kohberger. So if there was talk of something happening on King Road on socials that morning, he could have seen that. And he could have said, hey, I'm on the Ziply app. I saw it. So I decided to drive over in that neighborhood and see if anything was going down. You can explain away anything, man. Especially if you've thought about it beforehand. Just saying. Yik Yak, right? He had Yik Yak. Huh. He could have heard something was going down, like, oh. Right, but they hadn't called 911, and there were several friends that were there too. There was a girl that was there walking behind Hunter that didn't live there. They had called friends over. So what if he saw it on an app? Oh, something weird happened. Something's going on in the King Road area. And he drove over there. Hey, I just drove over to see what was going on. I'm nosy. All it takes is reasonable doubt. And then you couple that with no evidence in anywhere that he spent all his time. None. I don't know. I want to know more. I want to know everything. Heavy rainfall for Pinellas. Oh, great. Here we go. Storm Grift in action. Alert Pinellas. Heavy rainfall is forecast for Pinellas County starting 7/2 today through Friday 7/4. Isolated flooding issues will be possible during periods of heavy rain, especially in areas with poor drainage. There is a chance of a tropical depression forming. No significant impacts beyond heavy rainfall are forecast at this time. Great. Oh, we've got a lot of pictures. Thank you, Maligator. Nate Eaton. Okay. So the Associated Press was the pool. Let's fast forward, make sure we don't miss anything here.
Because that's
The fact that, like you said,
case perpetrator as the suspect in this case. I mean, there was no other forensic evidence linking him to the case. They said they went into
What's
his
this?
apartment. They went into his office. They said Spartan would be kind of a kind description of both of those locations. There was nothing of evidentiary value there. And when they seized his car, they took it apart, and they said it had been meticulously cleaned. His attorneys tried to say that that was because of his obsessive compulsive disorder, but law enforcement saying, no, he cleaned that to ensure that there wasn't one speck of evidence behind. So there have been some interesting issues raised in this case. For sure. So we're going to have a sentencing hearing on July 23rd. It will likely last all day. The prosecutor in this case, Bill Thompson, said that he wants to ensure that all of the victims can speak, and there are people with varying perspectives in this case. Oh, pardon me. Excuse me. I had a little sneeze there. I apologize. I want to get to.
All right, we've got the pool photos. You guys ready for this? We're going to make this full screen so we can view these. And this is when he stood up to take his oath. Look how skinny his wrists are. And look at Smiley. He's not smiling today. Smiling. Oh, hang on. Excuse me. Let me go off camera so you guys can see the entirety of the pictures. Here we go. There's one. Go to the next one. Here's another one. So for anybody who says he looks too old to have attended any parties in the King Road home, I call bullshit. With a clean shaven face, he has a baby face. From his nose down, like if you look at his mouth and everything, his cheeks, he doesn't look old. His eyes are so disturbing. His eyes are very disturbing. But he does have a young looking face. He would definitely blend in at a party where everybody's drunk. Do you guys agree with that? I mean, look at the one body cam. The owner, the people that lived in the house weren't even home, and they were all partying in there. I don't think he would stand out. Not in a hoodie. You put on a college hoodie, he would have been fit right in. Oh, Lord, have mercy. Wow. Yeah, something about him isn't wired right. I will agree with that. He is skinny. Holy. Look at this. Let's zoom that in. Jesus. He is thin. He is definitely thin. Terrifying. Right, everybody's drinking. You got a, college hoodie on. You're fitting in. Nah, everybody in a good mood. You're not thinking, oh, someone suspicious is in our house. Hell no. I wonder if he gets to talk to his parents after this. He should have been in a jumpsuit. Wonder why he wasn't in a jumpsuit. Why was he allowed to be in khakis? Here's him and Taylor. Jesus. He has got some intense eyes. Mm. There's another. Ugh, his wrists. Look at his wrists, y'all. I think he definitely, like you guys said, has, look at, that's from the cuffs. Look at those indentions. Oh, and then, yeah, they spent all this money. You know what? About tearing down the crime scene? What about the little dollhouse? Where's the dollhouse? All the money spent on that stupid dollhouse. And they didn't even have to use it. Oh, because the judge hadn't. Okay, that makes sense. It's crazy town. All right, let's see. There's more. There's another one. And another thing, too, I don't think they should give them styles in jail. I don't think they should give them styles. I think he should have had like a buzz cut. Why is he pursing his lips? I don't know. I don't know. He's intense. Here he is right here. With Anne. Something wrong with that cranium of his. Something wrong. Oh. That's when he, remember we see him sitting there and he doesn't move his head. He only moves his eyes. Look at him looking to the side, looking at that computer. He's looking at the judge there. He looks like a smartass in this one. He looks like a smartass. Look at her smiling at him. Unreal. Oh, this is going to be in all the papers or in all the news magazines and all the websites. Hey, DR, don't tell me what to say. Don't come in my channel and tell me what to say and what not to say. You don't have that right. I'll say what I want to say. That's rude. It's a fake smile from Anne. Oh, the admiration. Oh, we got the press conference. Hold on. Who's this guy? Ah!
I'm Leander James from the law firm of James, Bruno & Weeks.
Let me boost his...
I'm a victim's rights attorney. For the past 2 years, I've had the privilege.
Horrible audio. Can't even hear him. I need better coverage.
962 days ago, we lost our man, our time,
come on,
and caring daughter full of purpose and promise. We are grateful for the gift of her life. And we have...
Hold on. I'm switching audios really quick to Law and Crime. Hold on.
Gift of the young, vivacious,
Fuck,
promising
yeah, better.
lives of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. And we deeply, deeply mourn their senseless loss. We remain in solidarity with their families and friends, and we continue to shower them with our prayers and support. We are grateful for their prayers, love, and support that they have given us. They have helped us and sustained us during our darkest times. We are grateful to the prosecutor, Bill Thompson, and his dedicated and caring team, including victim coordinators, Kim and Stacy, who have helped to guide us through the sometimes confusing and disorienting legal process. Thank you for all your dedicated, diligent, and tireless commitment to justice and the successful outcome reached today. We support the plea agreement 100%. While we know there are some who do not support it, we ask that they respect our belief that this is the best outcome possible for the victims, their families, and the state of Idaho. We extend our deep gratitude to the many law enforcement officers and staff who worked tirelessly to obtain the critical evidence that brought justice today, including the Moscow Police Department, the FBI, the Idaho State Patrol, and the Latah County Sheriff's Department. We are deeply grateful to Judge Hippler and Judge John Judge before him. We thank you for your diligence, thoughtfulness, and judicial guidance. We appreciate the difficult work you have done to balance the rights of all involved and to uphold the rule of law. You have had our prayers and support throughout this case. We send our love and gratitude to the many family and friends who have supported us, cared for us, and helped us to heal our open emotional wounds. To the good people of North Idaho, who have showered us with kindness and support, we thank you. We also mourn today with you the recent tragic and senseless loss of two brave North Idaho firefighters. We extend our prayers and support to their families. You are not alone. We understand your pain. For all parents who have endured the loss of a child, we know recovery is a long and at times an almost unbearable journey. But you are not alone. And there is hope and there is healing. We thank those in the press who have respected our privacy and the grieving process, and the privacy and grieving process of the families of Kaylee, Xana, and Ethan. To others in the press, we gently encourage you to do the same. We thank the many people across our nation and beyond who have reached out to us, prayed for us, and extended their kindness. You too have helped us on our journey to heal. We now embark on a new path. We turn from tragedy and mourning. We turn from darkness and uncertainty of the legal process to the light of the future. We have closure. We embark on a path of hope and healing. We invite all of those who have mourned with us to join us, and we wish you well. Thank you. I will now share a few words of my own. Over the past 2 years, I've been amazed and humbled by Karen and Scott's strength, endurance, and faith. They have uplifted me and so many. They founded a nonprofit to help others in the name of Maddie. They have been a beacon of hope amidst a dark and tragic time. To those young and bright attorneys out there looking for purpose and meaning in your profession, I invite you to join the effort of crime victim attorneys to bring victims justice with compassion, empathy, humility, and understanding. This case is not the end of violence. This case is not the end of lawlessness. We need your help to bring hope and healing to the innocent caught in the crossfire of life. Thank you all.
Could you just say your name one more time?
Leander James, Leander, last name is James. Thank you.
That's Maddie's mom. God, she looks bad too.
You've been listening to a press conference by the family of Maddie Mogen. That was their attorney. Her mother, Karen, her stepfather, Scott. You can probably see them right over here. We're going to walk a little bit as they walk, but they are walking as people follow.
Leave them alone. They just asked you to leave them alone.
Maddie Mogen was the only child of her two parents, Ben Mogen and Karen. She was mostly raised by her stepfather, Scott. And so it's just been a devastating loss for them. Maddie was a beautiful, beautiful young woman, as you know. And Bryan Kohberger, as we heard today and suspected, went straight to her bedroom.
That's kind of shitty to say.
That morning on November 13th, 2022.
She was mostly raised by Scott?
And
like,
took her life.
Stop it, Anjanette.
So we're gathering here to see if they would like to speak. Or
You're
say
gathering
anything.
there so they could go home.
We're standing here to see if they would like to speak or say
Fuck.
anything more. We'll wait here for a moment, but I think they're probably getting ready
Leave them
to
alone.
leave and probably don't wish to speak. Karen Laramie has been
If they wanted to
very,
speak,
very
they wouldn't have
quiet
had their
throughout this whole
attorney.
process and has declined to speak throughout. So we know she's going to be appearing in the Amazon Prime documentary that's coming out. She has not wanted to grant interviews throughout.
Leave her alone.
Any of this, but we will be seeing her in that program.
If they wanted to
she's
say something, they
continuing
wouldn't have
to
had a
walk to her
lawyer
car,
speak for them.
Make her way home. We know she'll be here for the sentencing on July 23rd. Well, it appears actually that they're
She's going back
into
in.
the courthouse
Yeah, they're
at
going to
this point in
leave
time.
out another door because you won't leave them alone.
Okay. So there you have it.
Yeah, there you have it. They had to be escorted somewhere else because you guys can't give
So-
them respect.
The sentencing of Bryan Kohberger right now, as I told you, he's in the Latah County Jail. He's been held there for some time, ever since the venue was changed to Latah County. And
Dina, I'm so
he will
sorry.
be sentenced on July 23rd. There will be no pre-sentence investigation in this case because he's getting 4 consecutive life sentences, life without parole. So that's what will be happening here. We will be back here on July 23rd covering that for you. He is going to prison forever for the murders of Maddie Mogen, Kaylee Goncalves, Ethan Chapin, and Xana Kernodle. I want to thank our guests today, both Mark Weaver and Colin Schmidt, and thank you for
they're
submitting all of
wrapping
your
up.
questions and for watching us as always. I'm Anjanette Levy. Thanks so much for being with us. You can go back and watch our coverage on YouTube from earlier today.
Here's the Associated. I'm going to use the ladies' room. I'll be back in about 2 minutes, you guys. We'll keep this live outside the courthouse. Give me 2 minutes.
Oh no, we'll put it back. Yeah.
You can put it under the tent.
But they said apologies, Judge 23rd, and if the attorney. We want to put it around.
they're going to meet us over there.
Oh, okay.
Do you want extra hands, Doug?
I'm going to tear this down. I'm not going to sing one of the sets. They're just going to be like, oh, Eric, by the way, we might.
Get this guy then.
Okay, I'm back. So do we think that they weren't allowed to take pictures of the Kohbergers in court, just Bryan? What do you guys think of that? Do you think that they weren't allowed to? I think they're getting ready to wrap up the AP. What? No, he won't get less time. He's guaranteed a life sentence with no appeals. Life without parole, no appeals. Law and Crime is live. Let's see what's going on X. Let's go to X. Let's go to Bryan. He hasn't posted in 54 minutes.
All this black is not good.
You're an hour into their drive. It's like, I'm pretty sure.
They're an hour into the drive. It's like, oh, is this here? Is that yours? Well,
is Court TV live with this too?
You're counting into me?
No, that's old. Law and Crime just ended their coverage. They're not live anymore. The Kohbergers must have been taken out the back door. The New York Post is sitting there. News Nation is still sitting there. They're all just sitting outside. Here's the Post. I don't think there's going to be anybody else speaking, to be honest with you. I'm going to mute them. I am just, whew. Urban says, I'm so glad it's over. Oh, the strict rules were to not photograph family members. So, wow. Do you think that the Kohbergers will speak at his sentencing? We couldn't see his parents. They were left off the camera on purpose. He did speak to the judge, yes. If you want to rewind, we have the whole hearing. Let's see if there's anything else going on. Let's check. I don't think we're going to learn anything else, but I want to see if we got any more pictures. Oh, here's a video of Steve. Let's watch this. I don't know if this is the one we already saw or what, but after this ad. All right. I think Steve is going to be very vocal. So he is not gagged anymore. Steve is no longer gagged. It doesn't apply to the families. The families can talk now.
Now, quadruple murder suspect Bryan Kohberger will go before a judge. He's expected to plead guilty for the brutal killings of 4 University of Idaho
We know.
students. The father of one of those victims, Steve Goncalves, just spoke to reporters outside the courthouse.
Hold on. This was before.
What do you want to happen? Why do you want this to go to trial? Because then my peers of this community will decide that he's guilty. We could take it out of frickin' Thompson's hands. One man shouldn't decide what 4 souls are worth.
Jonathan Hunt is outside the courthouse in Boise. Jonathan.
Ooh, he said take it out of Tom. He's pissed. Listen.
What do you want to happen? Why do you want this to go to trial? Because then my peers of this community will decide that he's guilty. We could take it out of frickin' Thompson's hands. One man shouldn't decide what 4 souls are worth.
Jonathan Hunt is outside the courthouse in Boise. Jonathan.
And one of our crews, led by Chanley Painter, my colleague, caught up with Steve just before he walked across to the court there. And he told her that in his view, the prosecutor, quote, has done a deal with the devil, clearly meaning there that he considers Bryan Kohberger the devil. Bryan Kohberger, of course, we believe in just about 30 minutes will enter the courtroom behind me here and will plead guilty to those 4 felony counts of murder. The Goncalves family is just one family, of course. We have to point out that we've also seen the Chapin family going in today, the family of Ethan Chapin, the young man who was murdered. The Chapin family say they have agreed to and support the plea deal. The Mogen family, the family of Madison Mogen, also
Hunter
killed
Johnson.
in
Did
that
you see
house
him?
in Moscow.
Did you see Hunter?
They have agreed to and support.
There's Hunter and Emily behind. It keeps shrinking when I pause it. But when I put it back on, look behind Hunter and Ethan's sister, Maisie. Hunter Johnson and Emily are behind them.
The plea deal. The Mogen family, the family of Madison Mogen, also killed in that house in Moscow, Idaho, back in November 22. Also say they support the deal. But the Goncalves family have been outspoken throughout this in being critical of the way the entire prosecution has been run over the past 2.5 years, and they are clearly angry. I can tell you this, that Steve Goncalves escorted members of his family up to the courthouse door, and then he himself turned around, walked back here past our cameras. He is refusing to even go inside the courthouse as a form of protest against this deal. So that is one voice. There are others who support this deal. It is obviously a very emotional day indeed for the families of all of those victims.
Bryan has lost a lot of weight in his face from when he was first arrested.
And what a lot of them, I think, would have liked to hear as part of this plea deal, even if they were going to support it, was Kohberger being forced to explain why he did what he did, why he chose their children as victims. As we understand it from the reporting of Fox Digital, he is not going to be required to offer that explanation as part of this plea deal. What the families might get, Harris, in about a month's time, if indeed Kohberger does go through with this change of plea in about 30 minutes' time, there will be a sentencing hearing.
Before we move on, we've spent so much time talking about what
generational impact, the devastation cannot be overstated.
Madison Mogen. I mean, you think about where they.
Oh, look at 3 hours ago. The serial killer expert. Oh, it's behind a paywall. It's Ramsland. So I have a question about Ramsland. Why is she studying Bryan if she studies serial killers? Isn't Bryan a mass murderer, not a serial killer? And wouldn't she know the difference? And why is she still studying him? Yes, he had to speak to the judge. You know what I mean? Yeah, I know she was on News Nation last night. I know that. All right. Let's see. Several family members seated in the gallery were crying as the hearing went on. Christy Goncalves silently sobbed as the judge read Kaylee's name. An aunt of Kaylee's had her head down, holding her forehead, and was also weeping. The aunt also sobbed when prosecutors spoke about blood on the murder weapon. Madison Mogen's father, Ben, looked agitated and was breathing heavily, rubbing his eyes with a handkerchief. He did not look at Kohberger while he answered the judge's questions. So 9 a.m. local time will be 11 our time, 11 a.m. Eastern, my time anyways. Since he no longer has the presumption of innocence, Kohberger must appear in jail attire, and he will continue to be held in Latah County Jail. Let's watch this clip.
All right. Based on the state's proffer and, importantly, based upon defendants' explicit admission to committing these crimes, the court finds there is a factual basis. Therefore, with respect to count 1, burglary, felony, how do you plead, Mr. Kohberger, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 2, murder in the first degree, as it relates to the murder of Madison Mogen, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 3, as it relates to murder in the first degree for the murder of Kaylee Goncalves, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 4, the first degree murder of Xana Kernodle, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
As to count 5, the first degree murder of Ethan Chapin, a human being, how do you plead, guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Right. The court will find that the defendant understands the nature of the charges and each offense and the possible consequences to him of his guilty plea. The court finds that there is a factual basis for the plea and that finds the defendant believes the plea to be in his best interest. I find that the plea was given freely, voluntarily, and was intelligently made. I accept the plea. I direct that it be entered. I'll continue the matter for sentencing in this case. I think it was mentioned on the call Monday afternoon the defense wishes to waive a pretrial investigation. Is that accurate?
Yes, Your Honor.
The state also?
Yes, Your Honor. The state does not believe pre-sentence investigation is needed given the evidence that is available. We want to, though, make sure that all of the victims have the opportunity to make statements to the court at sentencing.
Absolutely. And certainly both the state and the defense may present whatever sentencing memorandum and other documents you wish me to consider. The victims will be given an opportunity to provide the statements that they wish to at sentencing. So as to count 1 burglary, the state would have to have proven that on or about November 13, 2022 in Latah County, Idaho, you unlawfully entered a residence located at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho with the...
Whew. And then we had Thompson going over the outline of the case. I'm looking to see if we have any other things from the family in here. $5,000 to each victim of the crime. Hippler says Kohberger could face a fine of up to $50,000 and a period of incarceration of life in prison and a mandatory minimum sentence of 10 years on each of the counts. Hippler did tell Bryan he is not bound by the plea agreement and can basically sentence him however he pleases. What do you guys think of this? When the judge was pissed that he was getting calls from the public, said they were inappropriate. Steve's going to be pissed. Kohberger and his defense team are in the courtroom, including his lawyers Ann Taylor, Elisa Masseth, and Bicca Barlow. Wasn't Ashley Jennings there? They didn't even include her. The prosecution includes Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson, State Prosecutor Jeff Nye, and Special Prosecutor Josh Hurett. Someone was saying they could, on Law and Crime, Diana, that the feds could charge him, but... Kaylee Goncalves' mother is wearing all black and holding hands with a woman seated next to her. Also observing are members of Madison Mogen's family, including her mother, Karen. So were the Kohbergers even there? A representative for the family members of victim Ethan Chapin says they support the plea bargain, plan to attend the hearing, underscoring how such of a deal is being received differently by the families most affected by the years-long saga. So they all recognize that they feel differently. We may never know where the knife is. Here's Kohberger's family. In a rare statement, Kohberger's family asked for privacy, respect, and responsible judgment during this time. We will continue to allow the legal process to unfold with respect to all parties and will not release any comments or take any questions. We ask that you respect our wishes during a difficult time for all those affected. Previously, the family said in December of 2022 that they were cooperating with law enforcement to promote his presumption of innocence. They pledged to let the legal process unfold, and as a family, we will love and support our son and brother. Wonder if they have a full statement. Kohberger family statement. The family of Bryan Kohberger have released a statement ahead of his appearance. Do they have it in full? Come on. They had to have released an entire statement. Look at Sharon Gray. Look at E! Online. It's Shannon Gray, not Sharon Gray. Okay, I guess that is it. In light of recent developments, the Kohbergers are asking members of the media for privacy, respect, and responsible judgment during this time. They have lawyers. I'm going to look them up. We will continue to allow the legal process to unfold with respect to all parties, and will not release any comments or take any questions. And that was it. See who the Kohbergers' lawyers are. Amori and Associates. Great website. They do criminal defense, unemployment compensation, family law, divorce, child custody, estate plan. They do it all. Bankruptcy, personal injury, Social Security, real estate closings. They do it all. That's the attorneys for the Kohbergers. Here he is right here. Owner and founder, Scott Amori. Looks like he's been a local his whole life. Interesting, huh? Let's take a look at their office. This is their office right here. This is the Kohberger attorney office. Uh-oh, we're on Google Maps, guys. This might sound stupid, but I feel like today should be July 2nd, should be declared absolutely no justice July 2nd between Diddy and BK. Jerry, I'm glad they didn't give him a nickname before he was caught. He would have loved to have been known as the Moscow Ripper. Is it longer, Snazzy, than what I read? It does seem like, thank you, Snazzy, for your $2 super chat. Cute picture, by the way. It does seem like they sometimes care more about the criminals than the victims, right? It does sometimes appear that way. Oh, look at, he's been on the, wait, let's see what this says about Scott Amori, their lawyer. Here's CNN. I want to know more about what Steve was saying about Kohberger's dad. He's like, you'll find out. We will not represent that he intended to commit all the murders that he did that night, but we know, okay, this is from Thompson today. We will not represent that he intended to commit all the murders that he did that night. So he's saying they couldn't prove that he was going to kill all of them. But we know that is what resulted, and that he then killed intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, and with malice aforethought. Madison, Kaylee, Ethan, and Xana, the prosecutor said, appearing to choke up as he read their names. Why they were targeted remains a mystery. There was no connection. I mean, look at this. In 2023, the defense argued there was no connection between Mr. Kohberger and the victims in a mid-2023 court filing, and she also pointed to a total lack of DNA evidence from the victims in Mr. Kohberger's apartment, office, home, or vehicle. That was the truth. That was the truth. But while authorities have not said if the victims knew Kohberger, the suspect's now deleted Instagram account, which was reviewed by People before it was removed, followed the accounts of Mogen, Goncalves, and Kernodle. Look at this. The suspect allegedly contacted one of the female victims repeatedly late that October. Remember, we just talked about Kaylee having a date a week and a half before the murders. Kaylee feeling stalked in mid-October. And now we have this? That he repeatedly contacted them late October? 2 weeks before the murders, and Kaylee was on a date a week and a half before the murders? Thank you, Nicole G., for your $2 super chat. People reported adding the unidentified victim did not respond to the messages. It's unclear whether they even saw him. It's unclear if they even saw him. Well, come on. You don't think Instagram can tell if they saw him or not? Is there not a notification in Instagram when you Instagram message that it's been read? Is there not like a read receipt or something on Instagram? I don't message on Instagram, so I don't know. For those of you that message on Instagram, do you get a read receipt? I didn't hear anything about a container. No, sometimes it's in your requests. Well, if it was in the request, they would know for sure if they saw them. So even if you see it, you can't tell. Oh. So you can look at it in requests and go, I don't want to open that. Hey, happy birthday, Garden Glitter. If you're not connected with them, if you're not friends with them, it would just sit there. Kohberger also visited the restaurant where 2 of the victims worked in the weeks before their killings. No, this is an update. This is what the news had found out. We're just revisiting it. According to People, it's unclear whether either of the victims were at the restaurant when he visited, whether he interacted with them or ever sat in the restaurant to eat his food. So all they knew is that he was there. They verified that he was there, but they don't know if the victims were there when he was there. Runs with scissors. What Dropbox? We're reviewing stuff, but hopefully we'll find out this stuff in the documents when it's released, right? Under the proposed deal, there's no guarantee Kohberger would share the details of the crime. Steve Goncalves told CNN on Tuesday. Here's Steve's quote. "We want something like his knife, where he threw it, his kill kit, his suit, anything like that," he said. If he gave those type of details, people would be like, we were wrong, he did it, and let's leave everybody alone and move on to another case. End quote. A selfie that Kohberger is believed to have taken the morning of November 13th. I believe that was in the 10 o'clock hour of that day. And then 5 days after their deaths, he went and got his Washington plates. They were expiring anyways because of his birthday. We found out today also that there was a Q-tip that was recovered in the trash, and that was linked back to Kohberger's dad. So they probably got Kohberger's dad's earwaxy Q-tip. Tracy, thank you so much for your Cash App. That was so generous of you. Thank you so much. Thank you for sticking around for my coverage. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you so much. He did. He came back around 9. They're like, we don't know why. Well, maybe we'll find out. I don't know. I mean, we can't forget, too, this is another thing. Are the Pennsylvania records going to be released? Because remember, he was arrested in PA, right? Look at Sean Combs' reaction. Look at this. Look at the sketch. He's on his knees. He's on his damn knees. See him? So I guess they got the Q-tip. They got the father of whoever committed the murder from the Q-tip. Oh, that's right. He did say he sat behind him. And they weren't crying. They were serious looking, but not crying. I really want to know if the dad knew before he drove back to PA with him. Dina, for sure. I mean, Steve is about that vengeance justice, and there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody has their own thoughts and opinions, and it sounds to me like the families are actually respecting each other and their views on this. Like Stacy Chapin said, we recognize that this was not the best choice for every family, but it is for us. And I think that the families will respect each other's thoughts and opinions. Hellcat, thank you for 5 memberships. Triple L, 2, Julie, Denise, and Maligator. Welcome. Let's see what else we've got, if anything. Oh, let's go to X. X. Oh, God, the coffin. I can't. Let's see. Look at this headline. Bryan Kohberger, prosecutor, breaks down. I wouldn't say he broke down, do you? Oh, did he? Makes me sick. But I think he was overcharged. Oh, look at this. Bryan Kohberger returned to the scene where the bodies were found, then took a grinning selfie. That's crazy, isn't it? He looks healthier in jail. And look how much lighter his hair was. And why does he look tanner? Is it the lighting? I mean, on the outside, he was more freaking pale when he was not in jail. The decision to make a deal with Kohberger has divided the victims' families, with the Mogen and Chapin families coming out in support of the deal. Kernodle and Goncalves families saying they wanted the case to go to trial. I just hope it doesn't cause discord between the families. You know, the fact that they feel differently. Look at that look. Yeah, it does. I had Daybell flashbacks as well. He's sitting in the same spot Daybell did. Michael Ruiz says, Bryan Kohberger, the murderer, was stiff as a board in court today. Spoke in short declarations, occasionally leaned over towards his lead lawyer, Ann Taylor. I didn't see him look at his parents. He didn't even look at his parents. Oh, here's another one we didn't see. Ew. Look at the one lawyer looking up at him. Hold on, let me make it bigger. Check this out. Oops. I hate when it does that shit. This one's kind of creepy, if I'm being honest. I don't know what or who he is possibly looking at, but check this out. Look at the lawyer, the gray-haired lawyer. I can't remember her name. Very intense. Idaho does not have the son of Sam law. I looked it up this morning. They do not. Let me look it up. Idaho, son of Sam law. No. Idaho does not have a specific son of Sam law. Here's another picture. He's looking right at the camera. That gives me chills. Do we know what prison? No. Mm-mm. Cheryl says, I'm with Steve. I'm a vengeance kind of gal when it comes to my kids. Just saying, Steve wanted justice for Bryan slaughtering his daughter. I don't blame him. I don't blame him either. I stand with however they feel. Who are we to judge how they feel. That's what I'm sick and tired of. Who are we as content creators or simply people following this case to tell Steve Goncalves how he should or should not feel? Who are we to call Steve a fucking drama king? We don't have the right to do that. He's not a drama king for his behavior. He's a grieving father. I just can't get down with that kind of bullshit. Here's Ethan's family leaving the courthouse gun. Different view. We've got some audio. Listen. They did a good job of keeping everybody away from them. But isn't it funny how they're paraded in by the cops and Kohberger's family's brought in a back door? Very somber and quiet. There's Hunter and Emily too. It's so sad. Here's a picture of the Goncalves family. Oh, here's the Daily Mail. Let's see what they've got. And it was wild to hear his voice too, right? Jetty, thank you for the $5. Don't tell families to find the bright side or help others. Facepalm. I agree, Jetty. Thank you for your $5 super chat. I don't know how anybody can call him a drama king. It's just fucking horrible. They're allowed to feel however the fuck they want to feel, in my opinion. All of them. "33-second video. This is Maddie Mogen and her mom and stepdad's lawyer. Right. Why weren't they protected, Lovey? Why is his family protected? They all should be. Right. The autism. Yeah, all of that. I mean, yeah, Kohberger's family went through a back door.
For all your dedicated, diligent, and tireless commitment to justice and the successful outcome reached today. We support the plea agreement 100%. While we know there are some who do not support it, we ask that they respect our belief that this is the best outcome possible for the victims, their families, and the state of Idaho. We extend our deep gratitude to the many law enforcement officers and staff who worked tirelessly to obtain the critical evidence that brought justice today.
Angry observers. Oh, look at furious members of the public flood Idaho prosecutor's office with 1-star reviews. Angry observers of the case have lashed out at the Latah County prosecuting attorney's office for allowing Kohberger to avoid the death penalty. Members of the public flooded the office's website with 1-star reviews in protest against the controversial move. Horrible, horrible people work here. They need to be fired for what they did. No justice for any of the 4 college students. What part about Bryan Kohberger needs to die? Do you not understand? Another fumed. I had a traffic ticket and the prosecutor went after me harder than you went after Kohberger, a third said. And look at, they report that Xana was sleeping beside Ethan. No, wait, no, she wasn't. Look at, One roommate recalled seeing the killer. That's Dylan. Ugh. BTK and BK plea on the same day? What do you mean? The date's the same?
To all 5 counts in the indictment, burglary, felony, and first-degree murder, 4 counts. The defendant
Senator?
on the burglary charge will be sentenced to 10 years fixed, and that the defendant on counts 2 through 5, the 4 counts of first-degree homicide, on each count would receive a fixed life sentence. All 5 of those counts to run consecutive to one another.
How would they let that
I want to make sure
happen?
your plea is given voluntarily, and I want to make sure that you actually committed the crimes to which you're pleading guilty, because I don't want you to plead guilty to a crime you didn't commit. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Santa Coronado was still up at the time. They say down here, I mean, these papers get on my nerves. As Kohberger was coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered her. So on Dateline, weren't we told that that Xana went all the way upstairs? Isn't that what we were told or led to believe? How could he manage to get that date though, Brianna? Let's see. What date did BTK, not that I don't believe you. June 27th, 2025. Is that what you said? June 27th, 2020 or 2005. Watch this.
I know.
Watch this.
Good morning. How are you? I know it. It's Catherine. Dr. Catherine, hello.
Oh, she just loves her damn self, too. Can we talk a little bit about Catherine for a minute? Can we talk about Catherine? Are you guys down? Put a 1 in chat if we can talk about Catherine for a few minutes. Put a 1 in chat. Kohberger reached out on 6/27. Oh, about the plea. Yeah, let's talk about her for a minute. This is 3 years ago. This is about BTK.
I'm good, thank you. Hope you are as well.
And then we'll watch her interview from yesterday.
Happy New Year to you. Can you believe it's 2022? What? I hope it's a better one. Yes, I hope it's a better year for so many Americans out there. But let's go ahead and get started. So a 2-night documentary event is coming to A&E, which allows the viewer
This is
to get
only
into
4
our
minutes
mind
long.
of one of the most notorious serial killers of our time. BTK Confession of a Serial Killer is coming on A&E for a 2-night event.
They
So tell
didn't
us
do
what
it on the
viewers
same
will
day,
get
though, you
information
guys.
From.
I mean, you gotta. He pled guilty today. He pled guilty on July 2nd.
In this special event? Well, viewers are going to get a sense of what happened in a community in the heartland of America, Wichita, Kansas, from the point of view not just of the predator, the serial killer, BTK, or Dennis Rader, but also from law enforcement, from TV personalities who thought they might be targeted, whom he communicated with, from newspaper people, from ordinary citizens and how terrified they were. So you get a real sense of what it was like living in Wichita during the 1970s and 80s when he was at large. Now, Dr. Catherine, you got to personally work with Dennis Rader, but how did he go from an all-American boy to being a murderer? Like, inform our audience a bit more about this case as he went uncaptured for 30 years. Like, what? How does that even happen? Exactly. It's a mystery. But I did try to unravel it. She's
too smiley McSmileson, dude. She is too Smiley McSmileson. I can't stand it. Maggie, I am 100% with you, girl. She gives me the vibes. I'm just going to say, in my opinion, I think that she loves this shit because I think, and I'm going on a limb here, this is just my opinion, I think she's got kind of the same mind as these killers, but she never did it. So she loves living vicariously through them and learning about them. That's my opinion. It's one thing to study these motherfuckers, right? That's great. But she enjoys this way too much to me. Jean, no, I swear to God, she has a smirk. I don't know. Let's watch this. This is from yesterday. This woman came out with her statement against Bloom. Oh, he doesn't know what he's talking about. Remember that? Wait, let's revisit that. Let's revisit what she was saying before she found out that her boy took a plea deal. Okay? Let's do that. Hold on. Because remember, she came out and was like, oh, da-da-da. Look at this. Former psychologist Katherine Ramsland has thrusted into the spotlight after she was named as the possible motive for the grisly crime. Journalist Howard Bloom for the online newsletter Airmail, oh, we should watch Nancy Grace too, recently reported that Kohberger may have killed Kaylee, Maddie, Xana, and Ethan not only to grab the approval of Ramsland, but to show what he had learned during her course. So she was not only his forensic psychology professor, she was more. Bloom claimed the pupil was ready to become the teacher and said the accused murderer thought, quote, he'd kill and get away with it. He'd prove how smart he was. He'd show her how much he learned. According to Bloom, Ramsland and Kohberger even spoke following the November 22 murders and claimed Kohberger's family invited the instructor to Ohio for the murder trial. I believe it. Put a 1 in chat if you believe that. Put a 2 if you don't. Despite his shock claims, Ramsland was quick to shut them down. As she said, quote, I had no email correspondence with Bryan Kohberger while he was at WSU. So did you have correspondence with him when he went back to Pennsylvania? That's what I want to know. She's a word player. She's a psych fucker, right? Like a brain fucker. While he was at WSU. It doesn't have to be at WSU. Why does she gotta specify that? But then she goes on to admit, I called his parents as a gesture of kindness, but I do not advise them about the case. I did not call them hours after the arrest, as Bloom claims. I believe it all because she's not denying it all. She's playing on words. You know, she fucks with your brain. People like that are into psychology and criminal psychology, they're brain fuckers. They're mind fuckers. I mean, why would I not believe Bloom when she says, oh, I called as a gesture of kindness? Why would you call as a gesture of kindness? You were their son's professor in school. Why would you feel like you need to do that? All right, let's watch her now. She couldn't wait to come out of the woodwork either. She heard about a plea deal, and there she is in all of her glory. No, I don't think he wanted to keep her out of trouble. I just think she's a liar. I think she's involved in this for false pretenses. I think she wants to write a book. I think she wants to study Bryan. And I think that she's actually intrigued by the fact that it was her class that she taught him. I really do. I really do. Thank you, Jenny. Sounds like a teacher fantasy. Kind of does. Julie, thank you for $2. She was wrong in the Netflix doc about the torso killer. No, she's if you listen to her podcasts and the way that she thinks, She's an intellectual that thinks she's smarter than everyone. It's just like Dr. Gary. No offense, Dr. Gary, but you're conceited, right? You're conceited. Your way or no way. Like I was, he wouldn't come on my show because I wouldn't block people that didn't agree with him. So I see that personality in these types. But with her, there's more to her. There's more to a person that wants to study a serial killer who killed families. The BTK killer killed a family and little kids, and she paid him for his intel. Do we really care that much? I want to know what her studies have done, because she keeps saying, oh, maybe we can prevent this in the future. I want to know what studies she's done in her long career that has actually helped prevent this. I want to know how she is able to prevent this from happening by her studies. I want to see that these studies are even worth it. Is it even worth it to interview these motherfuckers? Because is it changing it? I don't know. I'd like some outcomes, right? I want some outcomes behind her words. All right, let's listen to her talk to Bryan Entin.
Kohberger until now. She's been on this show talking about other cases, but she's been very, very careful not to talk about Kohberger because of the trial, because she was going to be a witness at the trial.
See?
And she now...
There's the truth. There's the truth. There it is, Mrs. O. Yeah, she was going to be a witness. So she was going to stay with them. She was in contact with Ann Taylor. She's a liar. And she took it out on Bloom for reporting the truth. I don't have respect for her. I'm sorry. I don't. Yeah, what was her witness for?
Show talking about other cases, but...
The defense. The defense.
She's been very, very careful not to talk about Kohberger because of the trial, because she was going to be a witness at the trial, and she now feels comfortable to open up to us. And we've got so many questions, Dr. Ramsland, that I've got so many questions I've wanted to ask you for so long. I want to start with, how did you first meet Bryan Kohberger? What classes of yours was he in?
Listen carefully.
Okay, I want to be just clear that I'm still within the FERPA limitations. That
FERPA or FUPA. She's in the FERPA limitations. Oh, I'm here, but I can't talk about everything. Look at Bryan. He's like, why'd you do this interview then? I mean, she grates my nerves. She grates my damn nerves.
Just clear that I'm still within the FERPA limitations that protect students and student information. So I will talk within that. I met him in the fall of 2018 when he came to DeSales University.
That would be like a doctor coming on right now and going, well, I'm actually under HIPAA, so I can't tell you anything, but I'm here anyway. She could not wait. She couldn't even wait until after the hearing to come out.
He had an associate's degree, and he was going to get into our 4-year program as a psychology major. He selected the forensic track, which made him an advisee for me because I managed the forensic track. And
how conveniently that was let out, kept under wraps. He was an advisor for her. He wasn't just her professor. He was an advisor for Miss Ramsland.
As a psychology major, he selected the forensic track, which made him an advisee for me because I managed the forensic track. And he was also in my class that semester.
How convenient. We heard it was just one class, didn't we? We heard it was one class. Oh, this is going to be her claim to fame. This is going to be her fucking moment.
And Dr. Ramsland talks about FERPA. I should have mentioned that. There's a law, it's a federal law, I believe, that she is not allowed to talk about certain aspects of a student, their grades, certain parts of their academic life. It's almost like a HIPAA. So she's going to tell us what she can, but unless Bryan Kohberger signs off, she's legally not allowed to talk about certain elements of his academic career. So just keep that in mind if there's some things that Dr. Ramsland can't answer. What was your perception of him?
He seemed like eager to be in the classroom. He was polite. He was respectful, intense, and curious.
Oh, intense and curious with a smile. This bothers me. This bothers me.
He was respectful, intense, and curious. And there was no reason for me to think that he was anything other than someone who was really interested in this potential career.
So what does that say about you? What of all your studies with all this serial killer and all of this knowledge? I don't understand. I want to know how close they were.
Was there anything looking back now that was strange about him or that you noticed?
When I look back, there really isn't anything that stood out to me. I think when you're a teacher, your instinct is to accept students at face value. You don't,
she has a filter.
Start with suspicions or, and there really weren't any red flags. He was always really quite respectful and grateful. He would thank me for things. He was attentive. He would do the work. I didn't have any concerns.
I think it was 4 classes that you taught him in. What were those classes?
There were 3 undergraduate courses in the forensic track that I taught, and he was in all of them. Well, one was Introduction to Forensic Psychology.
So this was a lie too. He wasn't just in forensic psychology. He was oh my God. Listen to this again.
All of them. Well, one was Introduction to Forensic Psychology. Another was my death investigation class, which was called Psychological Sleuthing. And the third one was called Dangerous Minds, the Psychology of Antisocial Behavior. And then he got into the graduate program in criminal justice for a master's degree. And he took a course with me called Behavioral Criminology.
So 4 classes, and he was, what did she call it? Assistant? Let's listen to those classes again.
I taught, and he was in all of them. Well, one was Introduction to Forensic Psychology. Another was my death investigation class, which was called Psychological Sleuthing. And the third one was called Dangerous Minds, the Psychology of Antisocial Behavior. And then he got into the graduate program in criminal justice for a master's degree. And he took a course with me called Behavioral Criminology.
How interesting, Katherine. You knew him as an undergrad and in his master's program. Interesting. Advisee. An advisee and took 4 classes. And called his parents after the murders. Do you believe that they didn't have any contact? Put a 1 if you believe they did not talk after the murders. Put a 2 if you think that they did. Because hopefully we'll get all of his letters and phone calls as well.
Is there anything, Dr. Ramsland, when you look back and you think about the curriculum of those classes, and not getting into his specific experience, but when you think about what you taught in those classes that you think, oh my gosh, he may have used that in what he's now accused of doing here in Idaho?
Well, the antisocial behavior course involves serial killers and mass murderers, and we do a lot of case analysis, use two books that I wrote. One was written with the BTK killer, whom you just mentioned, and his decision process and the crimes and how he thought about them and felt about them and what was it like for him, to be caught. So that's a very intense book. And also I have one called The Mind of a Murderer, which was about various behavioral experts over the past century who interviewed killers, mass murderers, and serial killers to get as close as possible, spending a lot of time with them to get as close as possible to their process of becoming a criminal. And so he would have been exposed to that. I think now looking back, I would look at maybe some of the things that interested him as being, something that gives me pause, but
it gives you pause?
Something that...
For real. I feel like this is like making him How to Get Away with Murder, that Netflix.
Gives
Who thinks that one of her books was what he had underlined? Remember the book at his parents' house that was underlined?
Me pause, but we always have to think about, we all know, everyone in this field, forensic psychology and criminology, know that we could have students who might become offenders. But we also know that the vast majority of our students will not, and will instead go into a field like law enforcement, FBI, Secret Service, that make the world better, that protect us. So we know that there's always a risk that we're attracting somebody who wants to do something terrible, hoping.
But she's not sad about people that do something terrible. Her effect is off. It's like she's lost sight that these are real people. She's more interested in fucking Kohberger and BTK. She forgets that this happened to real people. Oh man, crazy and wicked. That's a rabbit hole. She sounds like a CIA agent who BKs or MK Ultra experiment and study under the false pretense of being a psychology teacher. Oof. I'm sure he owned her book. Gary Bercato. Yeah, Gary Bercato. She's totally desensitized.
Somebody who wants to do something terrible.
Yeah, I'm sure that Bryan professed his innocence to her. I'm sure Bryan's family professed his innocence to her.
And we won't ever have that, but, in my case, I did.
Oh, and she's so proud. We might have someone like that, but in my case, I did.
That we're attracting somebody who wants to do something terrible, hoping we won't ever have that.
Hoping we won't ever have that. How can you even raise your lips that way to smile? I'm just saying. Look at Bryan Entin and her. Their effects are look at her eyes. They're almost like lit up. They're almost lit up. Her eyes are excited about this.
But, in my case, I did.
In my case, I did. Let's not bring the spectrum into this. There is no evidence that this woman is autistic.
Can you say, Dr. Ramsland, what it was looking back now that sort of raises your eyebrows specifically in terms of things in the class?
I think just the idea of wanting to study offenders and what their thought process was, how they felt about their crimes, wanting to study that and then finding out that this is a person who then is now saying he's guilty of doing these things. I have to look at the framework of what I taught and wonder, did I inspire him in some way? Did I, but I can't second guess.
Is that a good word to use? Inspired? I'm glad you said it, not me. Skolnick. Is there a different, better word she could have chosen other than inspired? And look at her smiling. Did I inspire him to want to die? Watch her face.
The framework of what I taught and wonder, did I inspire him in some way? Did I, but I can't second guess that, because I may have inspired somebody else to become an FBI agent. And that's, unfortunately, in this field, that's what we live.
She doesn't look as happy as inspiring someone to be an FBI agent as she did a killer. I mean, she had a big smile on her face. Yeah, I did. I got a killer in my class. But then she's talking about creating a great FBI agent who's there to protect and serve and keep us safe. And she's frowning.
Agent. And that's, unfortunately, in this field, that's what we live with.
I mean, you've been studying serial killers most of your life, but when you talk about the fact that you may have, what you taught may have inspired this, that's got to be hard for you to process, I would imagine.
It's terrible, very hard. And it's not just what happened to the victims. I really thought Bryan Kohberger was a promising student who really could have made a mark in this career in a very positive way. I thought that. So disappointed, angry, and very shocked that this is who he turned out to be.
So she didn't think this was who he was before? So she didn't believe any of it? Wait a second. This lady teaches how to process crime scenes and criminal justice and criminal psychology. And she didn't think that there was an iota that he could have done this? She's shocked? She's shocked? Who did she think did it? Did she think that Jack did it too? If she didn't think Bryan did it, who did she think did it? Yeah, I agree, Kathy. She's always been creepy. Who did it then? I mean, this is ridiculous.
I thought that. So disappointed, angry, and, very shocked that, this is who he turned out to be, and horrified for the victims and their families. Just horrified.
I know, look at Entin's face. He's like, what? We've had 2.5 years to process the evidence that has been, leaked or talked about, the probable cause, the DNA. We've seen the delay after delay of Kohberger, and she's still shocked? I just don't believe that. With all of the reports we got from WSU, according to the prosecution, there were over 100 hours of people that worked with him at WSU and came into contact with him at WSU, and they all had negative comments. We heard from people that went on dates with him that had negative comments. This chick is shocked? No. I ain't buying it. Nope.
Very shocked that, this is who he turned out to be.
No.
And horrified for the victims and their families. Just horrified.
Okay, but Elizabeth, she could have been a teacher of the studies, but not one who was able to apply the tools. Then why in the hell is she paying BTK to sit down with him? Why is a serial killer getting paid for her book if she can't apply the shit? She didn't just say that, though, Simplify. She said she's shocked.
I mean, I worked with Dennis Rader closely for 5 years. I met the victims' families. I saw the devastation that these kinds of acts can have. And I have to always keep that in mind when I'm teaching these subjects.
I don't like her.
What did you think when you first heard that Bryan Kohberger, your former student, was arrested for this?
I know, Elizabeth.
I was completely floored. I didn't believe it. And his demeanor that we saw on media was that he was confident that he was going to be able to prove his innocence. So I wanted to wait and see. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt.
You believed that?
But
you believed that? Oh my God.
That he was confident that he was going to be able to prove his innocence. So I wanted to.
Oh, he was confident that he didn't leave anything behind, right? So I wanted to wait if he actually did commit the perfect murder. So the DNA on the knife sheath didn't convince her. The DNA didn't convince this criminal justice professor. He fooled her. This is Katherine Ramsland, renowned criminal psychologist. Hey, Tracy V, good to see you.
Lord.
She sat down with Dennis Rader for 5 years. She loved it. She loved every minute of it. She paid him. That's why I don't want her working with Bryan. I don't think Bryan should get paid. I don't think Bryan should get a spotlight with this woman. I don't.
Saw the devastation that these kinds for the victims and their families. Just horrified. I mean, I worked with Dennis Rader closely for 5 years. I met the victims' families. I saw the devastation that these kinds of acts can have, and I have to always keep that in mind when I'm teaching these subjects.
What did you think when you first heard that Bryan Kohberger, your former student, was arrested for this?
I was completely floored. I didn't believe it. And his demeanor that we saw on media was that he was confident that he was going to be able to prove his innocence. So I wanted to wait and see. I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt. But as months go by and he kept saying that he had an alibi, and I wondered, well, why are you sitting in jail? Give us your alibi, get out. And that wasn't happening. And then it was really when he said his alibi, and it was clearly not an alibi, and he would have known that, certainly from all the classes that he had through undergraduate and graduate work.
Oh, okay. So in other words, I didn't teach him that the alibi would be something so stupid. I'm not taking credit for that. This is about her. This is about her, y'all. All about her.
He would have understood that wasn't really an alibi. I think that was when I was really,
God, really what?
Floored that this is my student who has done these things.
The student surpassed the teacher if she couldn't figure him out. Remember the one interview? She was so irked that the documentary on BTK didn't use the 20 hours of her footage. Oh, yeah, I do remember that. She was bent. She was bent. I agree, Kay Miller.
You mentioned, you studied BTK, the serial killer. You met with him many times in prison. This is what you do in a hope to prevent these things from further happening and understand the mind of it.
Okay, this is what I want to know. She spent 5 years with Dennis Rader. She spent 5 years with Dennis Rader. What good has it done? What good has it done? Oh, I'm so glad I'm not the Lone Ranger here. Yes, she wants to, Kay Miller.
The serial killer. Would you want to study Bryan Kohberger? Have you put any thought into that? Is that something that you think could be possible?
Look at her. She can hardly contain herself. She's already nodding her head yes. He's not even done with the question. Listen.
Killer. Would you want to study Bryan Kohberger?
Like, oh, yeah.
Have you put any thought into that? Is that something that you think could be possible?
I've been thinking about that for 2.5 years.
I'm sure you have.
I've been thinking about that for 2.5 years.
There it is. I agree, Water Rider. And I agree, K. Miller. Ready for the big bucks, says Charlie. She's foaming at the mouth. She can't wait. And who thinks that they didn't have any contact after the murders? I don't believe it. I think Howard Bloom was right. Look at Entin. He's like, okay.
I would. I mean, this is my work. If he wanted to do that, I would.
This is my work? This is my work, she said. She does look like Mona from Who's the Boss. So, what's her work? Bryan? Is Bryan her work?
I mean, this is my work.
Or does she mean this is what I do? Because for all intents and purposes, her job isn't to visit serial killers in prison. Her job is to be a professor at DeSales University. She's only sat down with Dennis Rader. This isn't her work. She's only done it once. Has she sat down with other serial killers? I think she's claiming Bryan. I think Bloom was right about everything, Robat. I think a lot of people are going to owe Bloom an apology because she straight up called him a liar.
Something that you think could be possible?
I've been thinking about that for 2.5 years. I would. I mean, this is my work. If he wanted to do that, I would. I know within the framework of this is what we do to try to look at developmental trajectories, the triggers so that we can see the red flags faster. We can prevent people like this from wreaking the havoc that they do. So if he wanted to do that, I know that he's got the intellectual capacity to do it, to be self-reflective, to help think through.
How does she know he can be self-reflective? She sure is speaking a lot for Bryan, for someone who shouldn't be talking about Bryan. See you later, Miss Liverbird. Have a good day. Vince, what is going on? We can see the red flags faster, yet she taught him undergrad and graduate and didn't see shit.
So that we can see the red flags faster. We can prevent people like this from wreaking the havoc that they do. So if he wanted to do that, I know that he's got the intellectual capacity to do it, to be self-reflective, to help think through how his life came to this. And so I would definitely do it if he were willing. And it would be hard. But I think because I have so much material from him, I have questions for him that I think nobody else but me could ask.
Oh, hear that? I have so much material from him that only I can ask the right questions of Bryan. Seems to me like she got herself in with the fam early on for a reason. Sister's writing a book too. Don't forget about the Sister's book. Oh, he can self-reflect. We can write a book on his life and see why he ended up this way.
It would be hard, but I think because I have so much material from him, I have questions for him that I think nobody else but me could ask.
And just my last question, Dr. Ramsland, I mean, you are the person that I think of who, if anyone could see through someone and see that they have a secret side, I would think it would be you, because this has been your life's work and trying to figure that out. And in a sense, it almost feels like Bryan Kohberger even had you fooled.
Well, I study the ones who are really good at it because I want to truly try to understand what can we see in the constellation of behaviors.
Really good at what? Really good at it? How about that are really evil? How about that do really bad things?
Bryan Kohberger even had you fooled.
Well, I study the ones who are really good at it.
Nope. 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 We'll read all the books. We'll read them all live. I like to study the ones that are really good at it.
Well, I study the ones who are really good at it because I want to truly try to understand what can we see in the constellation of behaviors that will tip us off earlier, because people who are really good at passing as normal and keeping their dark side hidden can fool people, can fool all the experts for a long period of time. I think anybody in my field will tell you they can be duped by a really skillful predatory type of person. So, I'm not going to say I'm the person who can spot this. I can see things like if you have a rigid personality and you're threatening, those are red flags that are very clear, or you're...
Wait, what? The normal person can pick up on threats. You're supposed to be schooled in this. I can pick up on a threat.
Personality and you're threatening, those are red flags that are very... I'm not going to say I'm the person who can spot this. I can see things like if you have a rigid personality.
Okay, we can all recognize rigid personalities. Can we not? I mean, I think I'm capable of picking up on a rigid personality. Thin blue line, I'm driving. Do you have a Cash App? I do. If one of the moderators could put the Cash App in the chat, it'd be great. Thank you.
You're threatening, those are...
So threatening and rigid personalities are something that a normal everyday person can pick up on. Right. This is the renowned professor. He was also an assistee or whatever they call it. What was it called? Assistant? Whew, crazy and wicked. You might be right. Do I have any moderators here? There we go. That should pull up the Cash App. Let's see. Thank you.
Red flags that are very clear, or you have a mental instability and you're drawing violent images. These are things we can see and we can anticipate. But if somebody's presenting themselves as a completely normal human being engaged in life the way, that according to our expectations, it's really hard to see through that. And as a teacher, I am not initially suspicious that students are there.
I can give her that. She's not going to initially think, oh my gosh, there's someone here that's learning how to become a killer. However, she did admit that everyone in the profession is aware that there could be students that come in and learn for nefarious reasons. So she's aware of it, but she said it's not in the forefront of her mind.
It's really hard to see through that. And as a teacher, I am not initially suspicious that students are there for the wrong reasons. And so I think some of us have what I would call a cognitive disadvantage, because we are giving the benefit of the doubt to students. And I think that's certainly what happened. That's why I would want to work with him and study him, because I want to understand how he was able to completely fool me.
Well, it'll be interesting to see as this moves along if that indeed ends up happening. Dr. Ramsland, appreciate you coming on tonight and sharing this insight into your...
Weird, huh? Yeah, we did a deep dive on her and things she's done in the past and everything else. I just think it's weird. I would love to share that with you guys, though. But now we're going to move on, because I want you guys to see what Howard Bloom had to say on Nancy Grace, which came out last night. And she is not happy. The deal with the devil, man.
Breaking news tonight. A deal with the devil. Bryan Kohberger gets a plea deal. What does it mean? No death penalty. What did the families of the victims learn? Everything contained in a letter. Are you kidding me? They find out about the deal with the devil by letter. I'm Nancy Grace. This is Crime Stories. I want to thank you for being with us.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to skip forward. We are going to talk to Howard Bloom. Here we go.
Use promo free and a fraud. The author of the definitive work on this case, When the Night Comes Falling, a requiem for the Idaho student murders. Howard, I'm in shock. I couldn't believe it when I heard there is a deal and the families disagree. Now, Howard, I wouldn't have liked it or agreed with it even if the families had gone along with this, but I would bow to their decision, because, of course, I defer to them. I can't believe the state has done this. I'm stunned. And I very rarely go against the state.
Thank you, Kels.
Because I believe prosecutors generally have reasons for what they do that we may not understand. Very often I question, well, why this count and not that count? Why that strategy? Why did you say that? But I know that they know ins and outs of the case that the public doesn't know, and they may very well have their reasons for what they do, but I don't see a reason for this.
I mean, the state's behavior was at best cavalier, and at worst, I agree with you, reprehensible. But what I think is interesting is why the defense at this point decide to make a deal. And what I'm hearing is about families too. Early on, Kohberger had been approached by his attorneys about making a deal, and his mother was against it, dead set against it. She wanted to come to trial. Now that the trial was approaching, it looked like Kohberger's parents were going to have to go on the stand. This was told to him. His mother would have to talk about the telephone call she got at 6 a.m. Idaho time, 9 a.m. in Pennsylvania that went on for about...
See? His family would have had to answer to these things.
An hour just after the murders. And she would have to say what was going on there. Did she have any suspicions? His father was going to have to talk about the cross-country trip they took and what was discussed during that trip. And to protect his family, when this was presented to Kohberger, Kohberger finally was convinced by his lawyers that maybe he should make a deal. That's what I've been hearing.
Howard Bloom, do you think I care about that family? That they don't want to take the stand? So, I don't care that Kohberger's family doesn't want to take the stand. Do not care. They still have their son.
Thank you, Dina.
They can visit him. He can write books. He can write letters. He can do FaceTime.
Thank you for your cash up, Dina.
He will be in their lives forever, whether they want him to be or not. I'm talking about what this has done to the victim's family. Remember them?
You're raising a non sequitur.
Hi, Esther.
How did this deal come about? How are they finally able to make a deal? I think, the families of the victims are going to be victims forever. It's a tragedy. It's horrible. How did this come around that a deal was made? what did the prosecution see that they were willing to make this deal? Was it just about saving money? Are they that cynical for the state? Did they actually think they could lose this case? What was going on here? I think those are interesting questions, too.
I think so, too. What do you guys think of that? I love when she gets, and Howard kind of chuckles because he knows how she is. Some of the guests will be like, whoa. But the ones that know her know that she gets that attitude. It's just part of her persona. Jay Kells, thank you for becoming a member today, and thank you for your support. I hope you'll join us in Discord. Thank you so much, Dina, for your Cash App. I appreciate that. Let's listen to that again. I want to know.
Has done.
Listen to the question.
The victim's family. Remember them?
You're raising a non sequitur. The question is, how did this deal come about? How are they finally able to make a deal? I think, the families of the victims are going to be victims forever. It's a tragedy. It's horrible. How did this come around that a deal was made? What did the prosecution see that they were willing to make this deal? Was it just about saving money? Are they that cynical for the state? Did they actually think they could lose this case? What was going on here? I think those are interesting questions, too.
They've got DNA. They've got the defendant's DNA, deoxyribonucleic acid, at the crime scene on the sheath of the murder weapon underneath a victim. And they're pleading what? They don't want the bother of going to trial. All along, I have been listening to them in court. I've been watching everything they do. They seem like they were in it wholeheartedly, but now at the 11th hour, basically on the eve of trial, they take a plea that infuriates, that destroys the victims' families. Why? I cannot think of a single reason why. You know what? Let's have a little refresher. Joining us, Dr. Kendall Crowns, Chief Medical Examiner, Tarrant County, that's Fort Worth.
This guy cracks me. This guy's background, I cannot. He looks like a coroner.
Of business there. He is the esteemed lecturer at the Burnett School of Medicine, and
these characters
of podcast Mayhem in the Morgue. Dr. Kendall Crowns, could you explain
really, Sarah,
how these 4 young students with their lives before them at college, what I'm going through right now with the twins trying to get in college? They're entering their senior year of high school right now. Which one is the best? Which one would help them? Which one would be better for each one of them? Which one is a safe campus? And when you get them there, you're like, oh, thank you, Lord in heaven. They're going to have a good life. This is all I can do to ensure them that they'll be educated and they'll be able to make their way in the world. They're not going to be digging a ditch for Pete's sake, hurting their back, breaking their limbs.
Digging a ditch.
And they're stabbed dead in their beds. Now evidence that one of the girls tried to run for her life and was stabbed on the...
We froze up. Hold on. Let's look at Katherine Ramsland's rate a professor, or rate my professor. Okay, let's see. Death for oh. All right, let's go to death forensics. August 30th. Oh, that would be. Well, she knows her stuff. I think she knows too many movies in her. She shows too many movies in her class. She has great life experience, but isn't the best teacher. This is December 7th, 2018. Kat is very fun and caring. She made me fall in love with photography all over again. I would recommend this class to anyone. She taught photography. November 18, 2013. This woman is a total egomaniac. Good luck getting her to remember who you are. Even better luck finding her if she's your advisor. Her classes consist of her talking about herself and having you read about her. Granted, she is knowledgeable in her field. One of DeFale's golden gods. Just do your best on her tricky tests. Criminal Justice 516. This is from 2023. She's very intelligent, but her instructions, 2023 wouldn't be him. 2014, very full of herself and expects 1,000% from every student. Loved the class material, but Ramsland made me hate it due to her ridiculous expectations in grading. I will never take another course taught by her. (2009) Took her criminal profiling class. She's very smart and uses her own book for the class. She's a great writer, but she can be a little full of herself and loves to drop names of high-up FBI profilers. Her exams are hard, but if you study hard, there's no reason to get an A in her class. She was kind of scary. This is January of 2005. She got into murderers a little too much. Didn't like her teaching approach too much either. Watched a lot of movies and took notes. Forensics. 04, she is the best, loves her subject matter. Forensic Psych. 2020. Dr. Ramsland is very knowledgeable and seems to want you to do good. However, her grading is tough and feedback is very critical. Exams are tough. Isn't that how Bryan was? Wasn't he very critical when he was grading papers? I know I'm looking to see if maybe one of these would be his. Exams are tough. I got points off an assignment that was based on my opinion because mine didn't align with hers. Very interesting class, but tough professor. You can learn a lot from her. It's in 2020. Yeah, he did. He used her. He played her. That's 2005. Let's see. Psych 101, no comments. 2021. Ramsland is a tough professor. Her lectures are 100% of the test, so pay attention. Tests are like reading a riddle half the time. She wants to experience what he did. That's how I feel. I don't think she wants to be inside his brain. I think she wants to basically get as close to what he did without doing it. 2022. Dr. Ramsland is very intelligent and knows what she's talking. Tests and assignments aren't unmanageable if you study and attend class. She doesn't grade an opinion, nor is she egotistical like other reviewers say. (2006) Her name is Vampy, and she is just that, a blood-sucking blank who thinks she's perfect, but really is far from it. She's a walking fallacy. She's the definition of intimidation. I have no doubt in my mind that she could get away with murder. That's scary.
God almighty.
Vampy? 2018. I have had her in the past for other classes. She was extremely intimidating the first time I had her. Once you get to know her and her odd sense of humor, she's great. Expects real college level work. Do what she wants. You'll have no problem. (23) She is great, very, very interesting, a real asset to DeSales. Smiley face, and we've got two more. She was great in knowledge with what she does, but I found it quite annoying that she feels all other psychology parts are false. She was my advisor in the one semester that I lasted at DeSales, one of the most unavailable faculty members at this university. It was like pulling teeth just to meet up with this woman so she could sign my transfer papers. I wonder if she was more accessible to Bryan. Oops. Wonder if she was more accessible to Bryan. She does have a lot of stuff, she said. Great professor, totally cool chick, mentor, smiley face. Wild, huh? Wild stuff. All right, let's see. I didn't watch this whole thing, so I don't really know. Oh, they're still talking about the plea deal, like not going through.
Plea deal. If all they'll plea is by Alfred, Hellno, you will admit you did it in front of the victims, but
didn't happen.
Force a defendant to allocute. Speak. Explain.
Depends on the terms of the plea deal. Absolutely, you can. You can absolutely insist as a prosecutor that he take to the microphone and explain step by step everything that he did on the night of the homicides. He can explain what motivated him, how he obtained the deadly weapon.
Well, we didn't get any of that, so shut up. Here's her bio, and look at her picture in the Taylor Road crime scene house for DeSales. See her over here? This is her bio from the college website. We haven't seen the end of Miss Ramsland. We definitely have not. All right, so let's see. Look at her bio, right? In the third sentence, she has appeared on more than 200 crime documentaries and magazine shows. She's an executive producer of The Murder House Flip and has consulted for CSI, Bones, and The Alienist. The author of more than 1,500 articles and 68 books, including How to Catch a Killer, The Psychology of Death Investigations, and The Mind of a Murderer. She worked with the BTK serial killer on his autobiography. That's what she wants to do with Kohberger. She wants him to self-reflect. Sorry. Remember, she said he has the intellectual ability to self-reflect. Dr. Ramsland currently pens the Shadowboxing blog at Psychology Today. Oh, that might be interesting to go back and look at her blog. And teaches seminars on extreme offenders to death investigators and homicide detectives. She came to DeSales specifically to teach forensic psychology, focusing on her field of expertise, extreme offenders. She taught him. Having experienced the excitement of forensic psychology, she hopes to show students how to find and prepare for its many opportunities. So she got her master's at DeSales as well. She also went to the John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Let's see. DeSales, John Jay, Rutgers University in New Jersey. Duquesne University in Pittsburgh. And Northern Arizona University in Flagstaff. That's where she started. Her BA was in Arizona. Northern Arizona University in 1978. These are all of the classes she taught at DeSales. Forensic psychology, psychological sleuthing, dangerous minds, the psychology of fear, psychological logic, behavior criminology, introduction to profiling, and forensic science in the courtroom, and survey of forensic science. Here's her blog. She's keeping up on it. Her last entry is June 29th. Did a movie line inspire a murder spree? A mind mapping technique to find the missing? Are all serial killers psychopaths? Cold cases, music and violence, songs that inspired infamy. 5 ways predators target kids. 3 dimensions of youthful psychopathy. A keeper of lost causes. The call to kill. When the doctor's a serial killer. Are there any female spree killers? The sex drive of sadists. How to not get away with murder. She wrote that October 3rd, 2024. Seeing the person in a skull, serial killers, true crime, and the con man, predatory girls, the detective who never gives up, Ted Bundy's backstory, Six Ways to Safeguard a Murder Hunch, Long Haul Serial Killers, the original crime scripts, Suicide and the Cornered Killer, The Con Queen's Mean Scheme, 10 Things That Crime Fiction Gets Wrong About Forensic Psychology, Revising My Ideas About a Kid Who Killed, How Many Female Psychopaths Are There? Mind Hunting, A Woman's Touch, Rethinking Kids Who Kill, Can a Murder Aura Be Erased? Where's the Human in a Monster? 3 Reasons Serial Killers Write to Each Other. Wait, do you guys remember that Dennis Rader was actually consulted in Bryan's case? Hang on. That just dawned on me. I want to know if she had a hand in this. BTK killer Dennis Rader shares sympathy for Idaho murder suspect Bryan Kohberger. Why would they even ask him? Look at, in an interview with Fox News Digital, Rader said he understands how Mr. Kohberger must feel while in solitary confinement at the Latah County Jail ahead of his prelim. Since I spent from February 05 to April 05 in a cell by myself, I know how he feels. Very lonely. And soon the letters started coming in. That situation improved. Rader's name was linked to the Idaho case last month after it emerged that Mr. Kohberger had been a student in a criminology class taught by Katherine Ramsland. Well, it was more than a criminology class. Dr. Ramsland, a world-renowned expert on serial and mass killers. Rader didn't have a trial and said confessing to his crimes. Mr. Kohberger, on the other hand, has said through his former public defender that he's eager to be exonerated. I could have sworn he was like consulted, but maybe I'm wrong. He didn't speak. Okay, so he didn't speak to Bryan. TMZ was able to ask Dennis Rader if he spoke to Bryan. He said no on Kohberger all around. Look at the two of them. Just the two of us. Hey, body moving. I haven't looked at chat in a while. I'm enthralled. So, Rader said that he thought someone may have studied him. I wonder why. Because a woman sat there and for 5 years met with you to write your autobiography. I don't think that should be allowed to happen. I don't. The killer praised Idaho law enforcement for capturing the suspect, but went on to whine to the outlet about his hardships. My family doesn't communicate me with at all. I love them all very much and would be happy if one did. Give me a break. You murder people and then you're mad that your family doesn't talk to you? Or you're sad for yourself? A potential killer on the path not taken. What kind of spree killer was Robert Card? Suicide in the Serial Killer, The Dark Lure of Murder, Mementos. How is a serial killer like a tornado? Serial killers and their fathers. It says parental belittling and abuse show up in backgrounds of several infamous serial killers. Do you guys remember in the like where they were having to do the history of Bryan Kohberger for like the sentencing phase of the death penalty, and they did like that extensive background? Remember, it said in there that there was abuse in his background as a child. 5 myths about serial killer Ted Bundy, why they persist. Can serial killers feel remorse? How do serial killers want to be remembered? Do serial killers have unique insight? The Predator's greatest trick. I wonder if she wrote, My Daddy's a Serial Killer. How can a healthcare serial killer be spotted and stopped? She's got a lot of articles. I just wonder if she did something back when Bryan did this. Look at fantasies. The serial killer BTK and the concept of cubing. How experts extract information from serial killers. High profile crimes of 2021. Let's see if the Idaho murders are in here. Aiden Fucci. Wait, when did this happen? In 2022, right? Todd Culpepper. Now I'm confused. This happened in 2022, not 2021. So let's go back a page. I want to see what she was writing when she found out about Bryan. Oh, fuck. Look at this. Journalists who analyze criminal minds might be making monsters. Recently, 2 true crime books. Look at this is her picture. Source photo by K. Ramsland. Recently, 2 true crime books featured journalists who explored the mindsets involved in sensational murder cases. Although it's common for journalists to do this today, and much has been published about the criminal mind, journalists from the past were breaking new ground. They had no psychological training, just an instinct for the story. This is about journalists, though, not teachers. For In Cold Blood, Truman Capote similarly explored the psyche of a killer as he reported on the quadruple homicide of the Herb Clutter family in Holcomb, Kansas in 1959. What was that? Oh, that's an old picture. A blog that probes the mind's dark secrets. My Facebook fans page. She even says it's a fans page. She a fan, she a fan, she a fan. That's from June of 2024. She's actively posting. Oh, look at it. Took me way too long to get to these, But now I have them in my grasp. I am very excited to read them. Am I going to start with Apprentice? Are there any hints on what's coming next from the doc? I don't like that. This is... Oh, that's not her post. My bad. Jesus. Sorry. I wrote about this case in How to Catch a Killer. 3 years ago, I placed the home office for my crime fiction team on the Outer Banks, and I'm finally setting one of the novels there. This concept combines several serial killer MOs. August release. That's this year. She has a book coming out in August. It's called You Can't Hide. And Other Tales from the Nutcracker Investigations. June 15th. This is all her articles. Another limited discount offer. Made online writing class. She sure has her hands in a lot of stuff. No wonder her students can't get a hold of her. Look at this. Author event. Moravian Bookshop. Katherine Ramsland, May 10th from 1 to 3. That was on May 6th. For my readers, the next one is coming in August. When I was told that serial killers I've researched were not psychopaths, I looked up what the other experts have said. Looking forward to being at Sleuth Fest again. Get inside the mind of a killer if you dare. Where was Sleuth Fest? You guys, we're getting into a hole that I did not imagine we were going in it. Conference for mystery, thriller, and suspense fiction writers. St. Pete? She was in my neck of the woods. She was just down here in May. Sponsored by the Florida chapter of the Mystery Writers of America. Sleuth Fest. Info. Let's see speakers. Lisa Unger. Katherine Ramsland. Look at that picture she always gives everybody. That picture, she's in that crime house with that wallpaper and a victim. Like she's holding a victim. It's so weird. She uses that everywhere. Isabella Maldonado and Michael Corta. These are all journalists except for her. So weird. Looking forward to presenting at this event. Jesus. Violent Crimes Symposium. What's this Papa above her? You have a 1 in 12 chance of getting a free copy of my crime fiction, I Scream Man. Remember the cover of this book? Looks like the freaking King Roadhouse. Remember this? Looks like Kohberger watching. Yeah, did you see that, Papa? Oh, here's another one. Tracy Ullman and Katherine Ramsland. Tracy Ullman is the producer, director, and writer in Chicago in the John Wayne Gacy documentary series. An online writing class. There's Sleuth Fest. Ice Cream Man. Look at, here's another one. People have asked for courses like this from me, so here it is. Evolving Methods of Criminal Profiling, History of Criminal Investigation, and the Cause, Manner, and Time of Death 3 for $80. The Forensic Science Bundle. This seems like a grift. Jesus. March 3rd. The Crime Deconstructed, Forensic Psychology for Writers. She seems like more of a literacy teacher than... My recent Substack piece, Sexsomnia is Real. Look at, she has a fans... Look at fans of Katherine Ramsland. I'm going to join. She has a literal, she calls it fans of Katherine Ramsland. Say no more. I love it when they call me Big Papa or Papa Rogers. Papa Rogers. Let's go to the website. Let's see who Papa is. I'm kind of confused. This event will only be available to law enforcement personnel, so that's probably why I can't see anything. I don't know who Papa is, but he was a presenter at this thing. But this is her fan page. Oh, look at the 4th novel in my crime fiction series, You Can't Hide, August. The second one had feedback from Henley and are all based on real cases. Anyways, it'll be interesting to see what pops up from her, right? Well, you guys, I think I'm going to wrap this up for now. Thank you so much for joining today. I think that it was a lot to take in. I did pin the Ramsland Live where we went kind of into a deep dive about her. Her experience. We listened to some podcasts like there's like, for example, look at, there's Brian's sister, mom, and dad right there from this old live stream of mine. I got a lot of photos in here. We've got Ramsland. We've got all kinds of stuff. So thank you guys for sharing this pivotal moment with me. I really looked forward to, you know, watching a trial with you guys, but this is what it is, and we roll through with it. And thank you guys so much for being here today. Please hit the like button. Let me know what you think in the comment section below if you are replaying this. And also watch that Ramsland Live and let me know what you think. So I just want to take a moment at the end here and remind everybody why we're here and take a moment of silence on our way out the door before I run our credits for the 4 victims that were taken way too soon. I'm going to play a little music. We're going to go out a different way. You guys ready? I love you guys. Thank you so much for being here. And remember, this is always about the victims at the end of the day. Thank you guys so much. Stay cool, stay safe, and I will see you in the next one. Oh, let's stay for one more. I love this song. Let me see if I can't find some more pictures of these kids. There's actually a really cool Facebook page. Let me see if I can't pull it up. Let's do some justice to these kids, huh? Let's give them some justice. This is a great site right here, Remembering Her. We're going to scroll through some pictures. Thanks again, you guys. This feels a little more complete, showing some pictures and closing it out this way. Rest in peace to the Idaho 4. I'll see you guys in the next one. so much for watching. If you enjoyed this live stream or video, make sure to give it a thumbs up and hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on my latest content. Want to take it a step further?
Bring it all in.
And join our community clickers by becoming a Patreon or a YouTube member. You'll get exclusive access to our Discord server, special channel perks, and much more. Until then, I'll see you in the next one.
Click. It's real easy, man.